Can you just check it now and
We check the audio settings. Yes,
pushing
setting.
out over here and then over here.
I think something close by. Yeah, because my voice is here.
But then your mic must be on.
Yeah, it's on. It's here.
Another one, the settings. Settings. Audio settings. I choose the mic. Yeah, black magic.
3, 2, 1.
Hello. Good morning.
Hi guys, have a seat.
Welcome, welcome. Don't be shy. Grab a seat. I hope you're all sufficiently caffeinated as we kickstart our flagship BIA Dubai.
Hi guys, this is Sarah from BNB Chain. I'm the Epic head at BNB Chain.
And I'm Marwan from the EMEA team at BNB. We're very excited to welcome you all here for this BIA event. And before we jump in, there are quite a few things we do want to say. Sorry, I do have this. So before we jump in, what is BIA? BIA really is an alliance of partners that we work with very closely, primarily venture funds, but also infrastructure partners and market makers in the industry who all share our same conviction for really onboarding more users on chain. And we believe we have one of the best opportunities to do that with BNB. So obviously today, there'll be quite a packed schedule, which you can see on the screen, but expect keynotes. So we'll have our first DeFi and stablecoin panel with a number of high-profile investors that we work with very closely. Then we'll have 2 pitching sessions. I believe there are about 8 to 10 projects that are pitching to gain access and win their spot in the MVB, Binance Labs, and BNB Chain Accelerator. We just announced the latest cohort just a few days ago for season 8. And after that, we'll have another panel, some networking. Food will be provided. So it'll be fun, packed, and insightful day.
So before we start, there's an important task from me. I need to thank you all of our general sponsor here today. So dear Coco, D11 Labs, Google Cloud, Particle Network, Seraph, Salt Protocol, Trenches, Y, X0. Thank you, guys.
And similarly, for our investment partners for this BIA event, so we have Bitcraft, ChainGPT, Cointelegraph, Framework, GameGirl, Penrose, Morningstar, Nomad, Spartan, and 280, without whom this particular event would not have been possible, right? These partners have been working very closely with us to bring a lot of the best deals and best founding teams to this event, but also have been working with us quite a bit over this year, and I'm sure we'll be growing that partnership into the future. So a very big thank you to all our partner sponsors and venture firms as well who have made this event a reality.
So to start with, let me recap a bit about BNB Chain ecosystem. So I think everybody knows that back to 2020 or 2021, there's a DeFi summer, and there's also a legendary story about BNB Chain, and we're also one of the very first blockchain that's reached 1 million transactions at that time. So it's been around 4 years now, and we are keeping innovating, developing, changing. So right now, BNB Chain has been developed into a more comprehensive ecosystem that is welcoming any kind of dApps, including DeFi, AI, DePIN, etc., and gaming, and even BTCFi. So we are keeping innovating in these areas, and we really wanted to be a chain that is for real adoptions, and that is really for convenience people's real life.
And so our mission really is to, as Sarah mentioned, really onboard that first generation, that first billion users. And obviously, we're doing this as a community-driven endeavor, and many of whom are joining via live stream today. So I also want to give a big shout out and welcome to them as well. And we believe that by working with this really fast-growing community of great developers and general partners as part of this BIA, then we'll really have that solid chance of bringing that mass adoption on chain and really unlocking the utility and the benefits that we believe can really be unlocked through the on-chain economy.
So what is really about BNB Chain we were talking about, from a tech perspective? So there are 3 important techs that I need to mention. every time when I do pitching. So there are BNB Smart Chain, OPBNB, which is the layer 2, and the BNB Greenfield, which is a distributed storage protocols on BNB chains. So by having those three important tech stack together, we are having a concept point one BNB. So one BNB's vision is to really offer a one-stop holistic solutions for any kind of dApps to meet their requests or demands for whatever it is, programmabilities or storage or computings on BNB chain ecosystem.
And we're seeing a lot of demand. Right now, about 4 million to 5 million users come every single day to BSC and OPNB for their everyday on-chain services and needs, right? So that's gaming, DeFi, and many other solutions, many of whom you'll get a taste of throughout the pitches, which is only a glimpse of the really diverse ecosystem that is growing by the day here on-chain at BNB.
So right now, one of the most important strategy for us is really to push BNB chain at the major layer for stablecoin and payments. So we are really preparing us to be ready to any kind of stablecoin circulations or settlement or payment in the futures. So we actually have like 400 million wallet addresses. So we're really ready to enable our users to kind of pay their services by using stablecoin on BNB chains, buy a coffee, buy a luxury products, even a house, and pay freelancers on BNB chain by using our stablecoins. And also, we are starting gasless campaigns with top centralized exchange and the wallet as well. So today we have just announced a partnership with one of the centralized exchange as well to enable the zero gas withdrawal campaigns for users on their exchange, which means if you have stablecoins on central exchange or Web3 wallet, you don't need to have BNB in your wallet. You can transfer their stablecoins on BNB chains, including BSC and OPBNB for zero gas. So we do believe that by doing so, we are really doing something for real life use cases and adoptions.
So building what Sarah mentioned, our whole thesis is if we can meet world consumer applications and actually fundamentally meet everyday needs of real users, then we actually have our best shot at adoption, which sounds very obvious, but I think that is an opportunity area that we see that is fundamentally underserved in the industry. So 2 pillars that we're focusing on. One is colloquially known as Web 2.5, but what we see by that is really introducing kind of crypto-enabled solutions to very real-world problems. So for example, we have one protocol in our ecosystem called CarbonFi. I don't know if they're here today, but shout out to them. They are focusing on the sustainability challenges by enabling, carbon trading on BNB chain. That's just one solution. On the complete other end of the spectrum, you have protocols like Meet48, whom I believe are also here, so shout out to them, who are allowing fans to better engage with celebrities and build far more active communities in the real world. So our conviction is that if we can meet consumers on these needs, then we'll be able to really grow the ecosystem and fundamentally better serve these users. And lastly, as we mentioned yesterday, our community and the way they engage with these on-chain services is fundamentally adoption for BNB chain native applications on Telegram to really make that experience a lot more intuitive and simple. So these are just snippets of how we're really doubling down on making sure that BNB chain is meeting real consumer solutions.
And besides that, let's talk more about the future, right? So actually from last year, BNB chain has been strongly support some AI plus blockchain projects. These are AI GC platforms, AI agent platforms, or AI infras, and even data files. So we are keeping doing so. We already saw that AI projects in the BNB chain ecosystem already got some and some of them even being invested by top VCs and accelerators. So good for them to strong AI-related projects. So we firmly believe that by having AI and the blockchain technologies, we can really transform the people's lifestyle and also their production relationship in the futures, which can really build a real smart digital economies by combining all those technologies together. So BNB Chain here wanted to be really the preferred infrastructures from a blockchain perspective in the future for the digital smart economies. So the strategy here is like we're keeping supporting plus blockchain related projects or even firms or teams to do any kind of solutions or even research on BNB Chain and in our ecosystems. And also we wanted to join hands with all developers sitting here together to build that small economies together with us on top of BNB chains. So we believe that we are sharing the same mission and vision here today with all of you together. So let's build together and let's make something different and let's make BNB chain great again together. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, everyone. We'll kick off with our first panel, and I see our great panelists here. It'll be a superstar panel. Before I invite you to, we will just. All right. I would like to welcome our first set of panelists to the stage. Please do join. Please do come up. Please do give a big round of applause for our panelists, our first group of panelists. Welcome, welcome. Cool. Well, thank you all for joining for our dedicated panel, really on a big thesis that we see as critical to adoption, which is stablecoins, and obviously one that has proven incredible product market fit in the space. So before we jump in, I would love for our panelists to give a quick introduction to themselves and their venture firms as well. So maybe starting on this side.
Sure. Can everybody hear me okay? My name is Yamu. I'm the co-founder at Penrose Ventures. We are a venture studio and an incubator in the space since 2018. We've built 2 projects, ARPA Network and Ballot Protocol, and invested in over 30 projects in the space, including OpenSea, Solve Protocol, Sign Protocol, Dodo, Carve, and Illuvium, and sorts. So happy to be here today and share with you 2 cents of mine. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, everyone. This is Ryan from Solve Protocol. I'm the founder of Solve, and we have been dedicated on Solve Protocol for 4 years, since like October 2020. So it's been a long and wonderful journey for us. So currently we are leading like the BTC-Fi ecosystem on BNB Chain. So we brought around like $900 million of Bitcoin to BNB Chain, and also work closely with PancakeSwap, Venus, Lisa DAO, Chainchess, Pendo, all those of like very excellent BNB Chain kind of projects. So yeah, so we are so excited about the future of BTC-Fi, and also hopefully we can really make this like the BTC-Fi as a very important kind of sector in DeFi narrative.
Hi everyone, I'm Lily from D11 Labs. D11 Labs is a new brand set up last year after I sold out Huobi. I used to be the CFO of Huobi, and now still the director of the Hong Kong listed companies and Hope. We are an incubation fund and the investment fund. So in the past 1 year, we incubate maybe and invest over 10 portfolios. We are very hands-on to our portfolios. Yeah, welcome to send your deck to us, and of course we are very excited to support BNB Chain. We think the BNB team has done a very good job to promote all kinds of portfolios launched on BNB. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Lily.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Alex. I'm part of the investment team at Binance Labs. We're a big supporter of BNB Chain. I actually joined Binance Labs on the first year anniversary of the launch of BNB Chain back in 21. So I've seen it really skyrocket since then. Lots of great success stories. Have seen it solve a lot of challenges along the way. And from an investment perspective, we've been really keen on identifying and supporting the best founders that decide to build on BNB Chain as well as other ecosystems.
Well, I think that is a good segue to our first question. So, Alex, you joined the Binance and BNB ecosystem quite a while ago, and you've seen different parts of this cycle. 2024 feels like a year of optimism. Some people say we're back. So, I want to get your perspective. Is this year the start of a DeFi renaissance? Where are we in this, on that adoption curve?
It's a very good question. I think a lot of people are trying to make reference to the 21 DeFi summer. And I think like the 2020-21 cycle was a completely different, beast. The DeFi back then was also in a different sort of mania, I would say. A lot of the models that we've seen play out at that point, they're probably not coming back. So we're not really back to that point, but we have a clean slate to build, and we're actually seeing that to build new primitives that will produce more. We really focus on real yield. There was a lot of interesting opportunities in the RWA space. There's new forms, and I know like today's panel is called DeFi and Stablecoin. So there's new interesting models around Stablecoin, which for the most part of their history since Tether launched in 2014, have really privatized the yield that has been generated on the back of the balances that people have been using USDT. Now we're seeing actually a demand for that yield to be passed on to users, and there's lots of different models as to how this is being done. But it's great to see the innovation that's coming alongside it. In terms of actually, if you look at the DeFi market, we've seen it a rearrangement. So usually in bull markets, you have the DEXs at the top in terms of like how much TVL and volume you have. Then kind of follows lending and other things. Now we have completely new things in this cycle, which is liquid staking, liquid restaking, and in fact they're actually the largest categories by TVL and overtook DEXs and more like traditional decentralized lending. What that means is that because we have these new primitives, there's going to be a lot of new things coming with them as well. So you mentioned like Bitcoin, DeFi, big major narrative there that we're very bullish on. A lot of it is actually being now linked to BNB Chain and having the BNB Chain user kind of get exposure to some of the exciting stuff that is going on the Bitcoin part. So all in, I think, yes, we are sort of back, but not to 21, where it's a new paradigm, and it's a very exciting one.
So I sense conviction from Alex. Yemu, do you agree? Are we back, or does anyone have a different perspective?
Yeah, well, I guess we need to go back to the very fundamental of blockchain. What's the essence of it, and what it is the best at? I guess for now, for the past 10 years or a decade, and I think in the predictable future, it's still the best for the four things, right? So mostly financial driven and financial related. That is payment, trading, lending, and settlement, right? So that's the essence of it. And stablecoin really serves as the gateway to into the ecosystem. I mean, right now, as I checked several days ago, the entire stablecoin market cap is sitting at, I think, around $170 billion. And I think 70% of it is USDT. And then I think the rest, $34 billion, or give or take, is USDC, right? And DAI is sitting at $5 billion. And to put that into perspective, the M1 for the US, for the US is about, I think, $2.3 trillion. So we have still at least 100x, right? If I'm not doing the math wrong, to grow. So that is an international scale, and then versus a country's size. So in the past, right, we've seen USDT to be used as mainly as a trading gateway and trading vehicle. And in DeFi Summer, we see USDC, DAI, and then all the native stablecoins on the different chains to be served as the main vehicle for lending and to liquidity staking. And then in the future, I do see the payment to be the gateway to suck all the traditional and non-crypto traffic and capital into the ecosystem. And I think at least a fraction or a percentage of it will be poured into the DeFi ecosystem. So yes, the trend is still here, and it is stronger than ever.
Lydia, I want to get your perspective. Obviously, stablecoins have proven to be one of the most profitable segments, I think, even beyond this industry, with like a record, revenue per employee numbers. If you look at things like Tether, which has now attracted a new wave of stablecoin protocols that are trying to break into the space. So I guess simple question: when you look at the stablecoin market, do you think it will be untethered? Is there room for these other stablecoin entrants, or what's your take?
I have maybe looked at over 10 stablecoin and deck in past several months. Actually, I'm very familiar with Tether and their high management. I'm very good friends. So I'm not saying something defending them. But I think over 50% of opportunity Tether will be sanctioned by US government. If the Ukraine and Russia war cannot be ended in a very short time. I think their management are also worrying about this issue. If this happens, I think the whole market will change. We'll have many new players will have opportunities in the market. But who will win? I'm not sure yet. Actually, I invested in the Circle team 2018. Yeah, very early stage. But actually their development, they switched their way from the centralized exchange to USDC. But I think their development didn't meet my expectation. I think maybe there are more opportunities in US and outside US. So there are a very good team, won money in US from Binance. I think you used to be the CEO of Binance US. The team, I think they're good. If they focus a long-term US market, yeah, very a good player. I've seen so many other players outside the US, yeah, in Asia, also maybe in Middle East. I think the market were far away from Tether. They have earned so much money in the past, yeah.
A lot of firms and funds that we work with that are definitely intently looking at new stablecoin ventures and protocols at a global scale. So I agree with you that we're still early. But Ryan, in a slightly different angle, Solve has really been one of the big movers, big players in building kind of new DeFi primitives, right? Liquid BTC and the entire narrative that has dominated the space. So keen to get your take on what role, what's the role that you see for, I guess, BTC-Fi in general and Solve's role in that for the space, for everyone who might be not so familiar.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, as we just discussed about like the stablecoin Tether, I think there's a similar kind of player, big guys in BTC-Fi, which is WBTC, Big Go, right? So I think on Tether is pretty difficult. That way you can see there's a very high barrier for most of the competitors to compete with like Tether. But when it comes to like Bitcoin ecosystem, WBTC, I don't think they could really dominate the market for a long time kind of perspective. So so that's the first thing. I think Wrap BTC is something that pretty interesting, that there are a lot of kind of participants in the spaces already. And secondly, yield-bearing Bitcoin is something also very interesting to deliver yields, just like Alice says, to deliver real yield to all the users. I think I can see like two real demands in the space for the BTC ecosystem. One is like the yield generation. So a lot of BTC holders, they really want to generate yield sustainably for their Bitcoin. So I think this is all the like the new kind of the users that haven't participated into DeFi yet. So currently, if we can really kind of provide use to the Bitcoin, I think that's one thing very important, very interesting and important and attractive. So we are seeing like Athena, Babylon, Core, Jupiter, a lot of kind of use sources here could be potentially kind of provide BTC use for like for all the like BTC holders. And secondly, it's the financial service around Bitcoin. So like lending, I think lending is the largest kind of use case here for Bitcoin. So as we can see, but the point here is that firstly, we need to wrap it from the Bitcoin mainnets to the EVM compatible chain. So I think BTCB from BNB Chain is it's really doing a good job, which like rank as the second largest wrap BTC in the space. So once you wrap the BTC and bridge it to BNB Chain, then you can really borrow against it to get BNB token, and then you can participate into the launch pool. That's the real use case here. Very solid. So as we can see in this cycle, we should really bring more assets to DeFi. I think that's the crucial. That's really important, or the most important thing for the like the new DeFi renaissance.
I appreciate it. I'm going to ask just two short, quick questions, and if we have time, Mohit will tell me. We'll try to take questions from the audience, but just maybe a little more of a hot take. This industry is known for a lot of mercenary capital, and Solve has really had a kind of a roller coaster sort of rocket launch this year, kind of with the latest product stack. What advice do you have for the founders here in the room who are really trying to balance, you know, that fast growth to really dominate the narrative, but also do it in a way that is sustainable, and recognizing for that mercenary capital that is out there? Like, how do you balance that? And also, Yemi, I want to hear from you afterwards. But yeah, maybe Ryan, if you want to give a quick.
Yeah, thanks. I think that's a good question. So I think like product market fits and protocol revenue is the most important thing in this cycle for every single kind of founder. So I think like to get access to the capital, no matter from like primary market or secondary market, is 10x harder than last cycle. So, but in terms of like to generating protocol revenue, I think it's like similar. It's easier by similar kind of margin. So 10x easier than before. So if you build a DEX, from day one, you can generate like the transaction fee from your users if there are. So I think it's it's really from a sustainability kind of perspective, we should really care about this. So that's why I emphasize that what's the demands in BTC ecosystem. Firstly, to get use. Secondly, for financial service. That's the only two. It's pretty simple. So if you can provide the products or the platform that could really bring this kind of value proposition to the users, then you can generate revenues. So currently we got like $10-12 million kind of annualized protocol revenue per like in a year. So, but the point here is that it's all because we provide financial service. Now users can like deposit their Sol BTC into Venus to borrow against Sol BTC, get some BNB token as well. And secondly, they can like really participate into Sol BTC.Babylon, Sol BTC.Athena to get like use from Athena or Babylon through Solve. So yeah, that's I think it's pretty simple. But yeah, it's all about like we should really kind of realize the new kind of primitive in this cycle, and we should really kind of focus on this part.
Yeah, I feel you had a hot take on this, on the mercenary capital out there.
Yes. So I guess crypto right now is still largely about attention economy. And then one of the North Star for such attention, of course, is TVL, or total value locked. The product team looks at that matrix. VCs look at this matrix. Exchanges subsequently look at this matrix. And then all the individual retail and institutional investors, they look at this matrix. I think this has been valid for a certain period of time, and I think it should not be a very healthy matrix going forward anymore. But I have no idea what a better substitute would be. But essentially, you know, if you go back to DeFi Summer, right, what give rise to the ideology among us, all of us, say, hey, you know, if a protocol has a large TVL, then it is telling me it is, you know, fundamentally or inherently sound protocol. Essentially, it's saying, hey, you can trust us because all the, you know, institutional investors trust us, they put money in and all that. But now it's been, sort of artificial, because I was talking to one of the largest chains yesterday. Actually, I'm not going to disclose which one. They're pouring, I think, $30 million last year alone to in their own chain tokens into their one of their largest DeFi protocols to sustain the TVL and to attract more money. I think it's solid in a way because it attracts capital, it attracts traffic, it attracts attention. But is it really sustainable, right? So we have to look at it. The inherent source of yield, it comes still from the secondary market, right? So when people start to buy tokens and the token goes up, then the yield goes up again. So if the market is good, if there's demand, then yes, the token will continue to soar. Everybody's happy. But when the market tanks, that's when the real natural demand from crypto native situations, scenarios, and from non-crypto side comes in. For example, I was talking to a family office that's backed by a loyal family. The founding partner was asking me this. So if I want to start a real use case in DeFi where I link car loans or auto loans to DeFi, meaning because there's demand in auto loans here in Middle East and also elsewhere, can I get capital from DeFi? So I asked him such one question, asking him what is the average interest rate to borrow a loan for your car. Here he's saying 2%. Then I was asking him, how do you expect that to be competing with the bank yield and treasury, or let alone the yield here on DeFi, which is easily 10%, 20%, 30%. And he kind of asked me that question. But as we go into the correlation stage and consolidation phase, I think the yield will go back to normal, and then that's where the real world use cases becoming blossom. So that's my take on that.
Appreciate that. I want to ask one final question, maybe more for Lily and Alex. As you think about new stablecoin mechanisms, I guess twofold question. Take whichever resonates most. But what are you looking for in these new stablecoin protocols that are coming to market? What's an attractive business model or product innovation that you have a thesis on, perhaps as a firm? And also tied to that, how do you balance risk in these new innovative models?
I've seen some some innovation about assets backed in stablecoin. For example, Tether launched their gold-backed stablecoin, but of course now it's haven't been a very large market. And I'm looking at some US Treasury-backed stablecoin. But last cycle there was something like UST, many kinds of algorithm stablecoin. Now they're not popular because they know they're fraud. So I think there will be more this kind of real world asset backed stablecoin come to the market. So and for the stablecoin, maybe they were quite big combined with, for example, payment, wallets, and will be very combined with this kind of structured financial management. So make the stablecoin can be real used except trading today. Today, the whole stablecoin market, they're a major focus on the trading on the exchanges and not focus on this kind of real utility. But if they can combine with this kind of card with structured financial management, they can be real used. So I think there will be the innovation way for the stablecoin. Of course, how to for the risk and for the long term, never buy this kind of stablecoin. They're backed by air. So look at stablecoin very carefully. Yeah.
Alex, any final take?
Yeah, I think two important points. One, we're looking for the source of yield. If you cannot explain it in like 5 minutes or less, where it comes from, it probably comes from nowhere. So that's one. And second, if there is like any sort of bridge that's being done to like real world, especially if there are some assets that have some any tangency to TradFi, then the regulatory aspect of it becomes very important. So there is like a paradigm or a stablecoin paradigm that you can do them fully decentralized, or at least like within the CDeFi world. Maybe like you can, for now, be okay with having no regulatory sort of overhang. However, if you transition or you try to bridge into and source the yield from the TradFi side, then you probably also need to take care of some of the regulatory risk. And yeah, the final point, I think, but my co-panelists touched upon it, is like the actual demand and distribution of this. Tether is in its position because it was the first, it was innovative, and it has a very wide distribution across, you know, DeFi, CeFi, CDeFi, I mean, you name it, they're pretty much everywhere. And that's actually a very big challenge for new stablecoins actually to get that distribution out.
Well, I appreciate all your insights. So please join me in thanking our panel. Thank you. Thank you all.
Please tell me when Dan is holding slide will come on. Please tell me when Dan is holding. Okay, Dan. Okay, and you have changed the name, the other one. Okay, thank you, thank you. You're on. You're on. Yeah, just go.
Hello, everyone. So our pitch session 1 is about to start. Our session 1's judges, please take a seat at our first row. Amit? Yeah? Yeah. Lawrence? Yeah, please go take a seat. Yeah, so I'm going to shout out for every judge of our first session. We have Anthony from 280 Capital. Please say hi. And we have Amit from Chain GPT. We have Lawrence from Spartan Group. And Morningstar, are you here? Yeah, please go take a seat. We also have Alex from Binance Labs and Sarah from BNB Chain. So we are about to start. And now let me give you a quick explanation of what to expect for the presentation. So we have 10 minutes for each project to give a pitch about the project. You're going to see them to explain their sustainability. And that's how the 4 dimensions we use for giving them score for the judges. So we focus on the sustainability of the option model. We care about your business model. We don't want the projects like the cash flow comes 2 times. One is raise, another is sell token. And second, we care about your team. We want you to be experienced. We want you to be passionate. And so we care about the excellence of the funding team and the innovation. So if you are solving some problem with innovation solutions, that is good. So the innovation of the underlying technology and potential contribution to BNB Chain. Yeah. So yeah, that's the weight we're going to score by the judges. And now you have 10 minutes. Let's welcome our first project, Brink.
Thank you. So hello, I'm Iri Zohar, founder and CEO at Brink. I've built a few companies in Web2 space. I've generated hundreds of millions of dollars to my investors, thanks God. And I've learned a lot. And I took that learning, identified a really interesting opportunity in Web3. This opportunity is actually about cashback. Cashback, I'm doing wrong. The clicker is not working. My clicker is not working. Yeah, green one. Green one. Green. Sorry. This one? Yeah. Okay. All right, sorry. Okay. Opportunity we've identified is in cashback. Cashback is actually really interesting. It's $8 billion in size. A lot of big companies are doing cashback, like Rakuten, Honey, Visa, MasterCard, a lot of big companies. Also, users really like it. Studies consistently show that users are very happy to just get, a check for buying stuff just that they would normally buy. Now, there are 600 million users who care about crypto. We're pretty sure those users would be happy to get crypto as a present just for buying stuff that they would buy anyway. Those users use exchanges, wallets, which would be the ideal platforms to offer that cashback, but they're not doing it. They're not offering cashback today. Why? We think it's because it's too complicated. You have to be specifically focused on cashback to do a good job, and that's exactly what we do. We build a white label cashback solution for wallets and exchanges. So a wallet and exchange can install us and offer cashback. Advertisers really like us. We're working with more than 4,000 retailers and brands. You can see the names here, a lot of really nice names. How it works. Let's say I want to buy sneakers. So I go to StockX, open the store, and then my wallet pops up offering me ADA. In this example, of course, it can also be BNB. Offering me ADA in this example. I really like ADA, because that's why I installed the ADA wallet. It's coming from my ADA wallet. You see it's white label. So I say, yeah, why not? Let's go. Legal terms. And that's it. Regular, simple e-commerce experience. I pay with my regular, whatever preferred fiat payment solution. That's it. A few minutes later, I have ADA that I've earned in my wallet. Awesome, right? Another flow, it's for mobile wallets, for exchanges. That's based on a cashback section. So you go to the cashback section in his wallet, in his exchange. He has a bunch of stores you can choose from, and you can actually also look for a brand. Let's say type American Eagle, see which stores are selling American Eagle, how much cashback they're offering. Go buy simple and cashback in his wallet. There's a few good reasons to work with us. One of them is income. Our business model is we take 60% of the referral fee that we get from the brands and from the brands and retailers, which is around 5%. 60% of that goes to the user as the token that was chosen for him by the wallet. 20% goes to us, 20% goes to the wallet and exchange. Let's see how much that comes up to. So cashback is relevant for a lot of stuff. Think insurance, travel, shopping, any shopping, apparel, fashion, whatever. So minimal assumption would be $1,500 per month. 50%, let's say user chooses to get cashback on 50% of his spending. It comes out to $90 per year per user. Multiply that by the amount of potential active users. That's big money. Another good reason to work with us is what we call brand equity. So the retailers and brands are pretty happy, for the wallets to tell the users, come buy at JBL and earn some ADA or some BNB, which creates very strong branding opportunities for the brands and for the wallets and exchanges. There are actually a few that are already out there running on social media. You can see on X, we have approval from 24 brands, very nice names to use their name, and more is coming. Another good reason is on the blockchain level. On the blockchain, we are able to create a buying pressure. So think about the flow. We get fiat from the retailer. We take that fiat, we buy the token on the market. Ongoing activity means ongoing buying the token on the market. That's buying pressure. That's a good thing. Last reason I would mention here would be for Chrome extension, wallets, and so on. Let's say I'm a user. I have a Chrome extension wallet, forgot about it, didn't use it for a while. I go to Gap, whoops, my wallet comes up, says, you can earn cashback. You click 2 clicks, and that's it. You're going to buy, you're going to earn cashback, and now my wallet is active again. That's a big issue, actually, because the big majority of users of different wallets are dormant, are inactive users. They can become active again. The industry really likes us. We have a bunch of deals. You can see the names that we can mention here. Overall, we have access to more than 2 million users based on the deals we have signed with those different wallets. Blockchains also like us. We got funding, actually, both equity funding and grant type funding. And the Web2 players, like the affiliate networks, affiliate agencies, really like us. That's how we were able to get to such big amount of advertisers so quickly. I've been fortunate to work with an amazing team. So Gideon has been in AdTech for many years, executive, last position, CEO of an insurance AdTech firm. Moran has been in crypto since 2014, very good in business development, also very strong in marketing, in UX, so she wears a few hats in the company. Noam and Daniel, very strong, full stack developers. Adar is a data scientist, very strong. David has been in social marketing for many years, and Atalia does operations. Then a bunch of advisors, senior people from very relevant companies on both sides, Web2 and Web3. I guess that's my pitch. I would only say that we're working now on our token. We don't disclose everything, but I'll say that Brink is the launch vehicle for the token, and it's going to be called Add-in. Thank you.
Test. Hello.
Hey.
Congrats for being the first who's pitching.
Thank you.
Quick question. How are you going about, acquiring your first, e-commerce platforms, and what challenges have you faced when bringing on board sites to integrate your solution?
So your question is, how were we able to sign up 4,000 retailers and brands?
I mean, you had Gap as an example, right?
Yeah. We have them as an example.
Have you had conversations with Gap, or how are you going acquiring such relationships?
Yeah. I come from AdTech, as I mentioned. Also, Gideon, which I mentioned, comes from AdTech, so we have a lot of relationships and experience. So we know how to talk to them. But we come with, I think, a strong message saying you have this massive audience of Web3, people who are tech savvy, young, very good profile. We can get them. We can give you new buyers. They come from wallets, those big numbers, and they like it.
Okay, but how do those relationships happen? Like, for example, Gap, right? So are they just doing this for you, free of charge? Is this an exclusivity contract you do with such sites, or can they also offer other solutions? Like, what's your moat? What's your protection mechanism?
Sure. Number one, it's not exclusive. The business model is they pay us. So I said, in average, 5% of the purchase goes to us in fiat. As they mentioned, we take the 5%, 60% goes to the user. We convert to the crypto token that the wallet chose for him. And it's actually, it's based on something called affiliate, which is an integration into a website where we're able to know when the user purchased. And based on that, we do all the backend, create the crypto, and give it to the user.
Hi, how are you? Thank you so much for pitching. I wanted to ask, you said you're launching a token, right?
Yes.
How does that token accrue value within your ecosystem?
Actually, yeah. Well, the token story is a complicated story, which I'm not sure. I want to talk mostly about, Brink as the launch pad for the token. I'm talking about the token would require more than 38 seconds. So that's not a part of the pitch from my perspective. I hope it's okay. But I'm happy to elaborate about that. It's also a little bit confidential now. I don't fully disclose it at this point. So sorry.
Understood. Thank you.
And just a quick question, will users be able to choose like many different tokens at once in terms of cashback? Like, what if that happens? Like, they will get a lot of dust in 10 different tokens. Like, are you gonna allow that, or?
Great question. So the way it goes is as follows. First of all, you have the wallet or exchange that brings the tokens. They choose what the token the user can choose. They can offer just one token if they want to promote one token, or a number of tokens, and then the user choose from those number of tokens. But main element of our technology is doing that bridging and supporting those multiple tokens, which I think is key to this solution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. So did you say that the user specifies what token they want to be paid out in, or is it who decides that?
So your wallet opens up, offering you cashback, right? So the wallet chooses. You can choose to offer you just one token, and then you're going to get the token that the wallet chose for you. Or the wallet can choose a few tokens. You're going to have then a pull-down menu where you choose, but the wallet or the exchange are the bosses. They choose what tokens are offered as cashback.
What happens if there's an issue on the fiat payment side?
Issue fiat payment side, or if the user returns the goods. In all of those cases, he's not going to get the cashback. He only gets the cashback if the transaction was successfully completed and the retailer approves that the user bought whatever those sneakers or whatever he bought.
And can you quickly walk me through how that process works? So how are you doing that verification?
So we have integration into it's a field called affiliate networks, affiliate marketing, which is based on integration into the thank you page of the retailers. So user goes through the process, gets to the thank you page. There's a cookie there that ties into a code that we have. And then the e-commerce system is tied into that and reports to us. We have like API access. We know if the user bought or didn't buy. We actually follow the user to see he didn't return the goods. So the tokens are held until the return period finishes, and then they're released and you can pull them.
And so the integration here with BNB would just be basically cashback in BNB, or just basically deploying out on BNB?
So the integration would be relevant to different BNB. So there's a few elements of the integration. Number one would be to the platform. So whatever wallets or exchanges, we'll be happy to work with Binance, but any exchange or platform that chooses to install us, that's one integration. And then we have to we actually take fiat. We receive fiat from the merchants and use that to buy BNB. So that could be, the way we do it now is based on a centralized solution, but we have plans to do it in a more decentralized manner in the future. But basically it's fiat, being onboarded in a way, purchasing BNB, and that BNB being sent to the user.
And then, sorry, last question. Do you have your own wallet right now, or are you just integrating?
We're B2B. We're not going to have a wallet. We're white label B2B. We're in the business of connecting and making it happen.
Thank you.
Sure.
Just one last question.
Sure.
Competition-wise, I've seen a few of other solutions trying to tackle the same thing. How are you looking at it? Like, how do you outcompete the other providers?
Sure. So we actually don't have a competition. There are a few companies. One of them is called Lolly, which is pretty known. One of them called StoreMix, but they're all B2B, B2C. So they get their own users and they build everything. We're B2B. So when we come to we enable wallets to compete with those guys, but nobody competes with us. Like when we go to a wallet, there's no other company coming and saying, we enable your wallet to offer cashback. We're the only one doing that at this point.
How is the cashback actually being approved? Is it a manual process or an automatic process?
No, it's explained to him. So we have API access. There's a set of systems in the middle which are called affiliate network like platforms. Those are integrated on one end to the merchants, another end we integrated to their API, and therefore we're able to know everything is approved via those systems. So it goes to the thank you page. The user does the full process, gets to the thank you page, and then the affiliate network sits there, is able to identify the transaction. It's linked into the e-commerce system, and then we get that reporting.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Brink, to bring us this first presentation of the day. And let's welcome Beyond team. They have two presenters to the stage. You have 10 minutes.
Working.
All right. So today we are here to present Beyond. In very simple words, what we are doing is we are connecting Bitcoin. We are connecting Bitcoin within itself and connecting Bitcoin to the rest of the industry. Before getting into the weeds of how we are doing this, let me give you some more context on that. It's not a secret that everyone wants their piece of the Bitcoin cake. It's been growing like crazy for the past years. Bitcoin-focused protocols, Bitcoin Asset Standards, Bitcoin sidechains, L2s, rollups, scalability solutions, and more. What all of these solutions have in common is that they are disjointed, disconnected from each other. So basically, what we are doing at Beyond, it's tying all these different products together, and then we are taking this now unified ecosystem, and we are connecting it with the rest of the industry. So basically, what we do at Beyond is we connect all the dots. Now Magnus here is going to expand a little bit more on how we're doing this.
Yeah, so what's really unique about Beyond is this concept of three-directional interoperability. For the first time ever, you can see any token or stablecoin such as USDT, as they were mentioning in the panel before, existing natively on Bitcoin L1, the Bitcoin chain itself. This goes also the other way. Any token that exists on Bitcoin, not just BTC, but many other different sources of liquidity, both on Bitcoin L1 and L2, cannot travel to any other chain in the industry, including, of course, BNB Chain. And the third component is, like Nate mentioned, connecting the different components of the Bitcoin ecosystem between themselves and to the rest of the industry. So what we achieve with this at Beyond is basically unlocking two different $1 trillion markets, which is why I think we have right now 130 partners getting ready to integrate us from day one, and partners of different natures, from chains to different apps, tokens. And what they really value is that with one integration, they can access all of the Bitcoin L1 liquidity, all of the Bitcoin L2 liquidity, and all of the liquidity from the 80+ chains that our main partner Layer 0 supports. So basically one integration and the entire industry. Yeah, what this means for BNB Chain is, I think the Solve protocol team was mentioning before that there's about 9 figures of BTC liquidity in BNB Chain as of today. So we believe that with an integration like Beyond, we can make it 10 figures, potentially even long term, we could see 11 figures as well. And again, coming not just from BTC, but from the other sources of liquidity like Runes, BRC20, Bitcoin LSTs, Bitcoin L2s, etc. In terms of like everyday users, how they will see is this, that we will see Beyond working with the top 20, 30, 40 DeFi apps on the BNB Chain ecosystem to attract TVL, revenue, users, Bitcoin assets, and so on. And of course, why would users make this journey? Mainly to access the sophisticated and mature DeFi infrastructure that BNB Chain has, but very importantly with their beloved Bitcoin assets. That's really important for them. And also to access new yield opportunities, of course. So here we have summarized how we would see the commitment to BNB Chain from Beyond side. I think the main point that we would really like to focus on is on positioning BNB Chain as a Bitcoin scalability solution, similar to what the Solve protocol team were mentioning before. Yeah, to access the liquidity from BTC, all the Bitcoin L1 tokens, the Bitcoin L2s, and so on. Of course, we will highlight BNB as one of the main integrated chains and also have a partial TGE to consolidate this. Thank you very much.
Hello, I have a question. What is the mechanism of the bridge? Can you elaborate a bit more? Because actually, I think right now most of the Bitcoin holders will prefer to use central exchange to be the bridge or direct use custodial solutions. Instead, you know, I don't know what's your technical solution here.
Yeah, so for Beyond, mainly it's split into two. For the 80+ chains that we support, we're leveraging Layer 0. For Bitcoin L1 itself, it's so we have two versions. The first one is an multi-sig with 11 signers, typical solution that you see these days. Second solution is going to be integrating one of the new decentralization solutions that we're seeing on Bitcoin L1. Really interesting stuff. Happy to drop a few names if you're interested in. But I should emphasize that with exchanges, you can only bridge these days BTC, typically, is what you see. So we're really focusing a lot on the other Bitcoin L1 tokens and the Bitcoin L2s as well. Yeah.
Maybe a silly question, but how do you envision this translating into like actual like TVL on BNB?
Come again, sir?
How do you envision this translating into like actual TVL, like measurable TVL on BNB?
Yeah, so I think that's related to the partners slide that we had before. Basically, we want to work with all the biggest DeFi apps and bring in BTC and LSTs and so on into BNB Chain because of the mature DeFi ecosystem. When you bring these tokens into BNB Chain, you benefit from having proper DEXs, lending, LST solutions, and so on that you don't really have on Bitcoin L1, let's say. So that's really the main value prop that we have for the users to bring this liquidity from Bitcoin L1 into BNB, into the DeFi ecosystem that already exists.
What's your biggest challenge right now? Is it a integration one? Is it a technical one? Like, what are you struggling with?
Yeah, so right now it's scaling as fast as we can, basically. Right now our advantage is that we are first movers and there is a high entry barrier for new competitors. So now that the product is live on testnet, we want to scale as fast as possible to be able to consolidate our position as the go-to interoperability solution for anything Bitcoin.
How do you expect to build trust in the Bitcoin community?
Yeah, great question. Actually, we've spent the whole year, really, since we founded Beyond, just connecting with everyone in the Bitcoin ecosystem. And I have to say, like, it's been quite frankly beyond our expectations how everyone's just very keen on Beyond. It's something that is quite a pain. The different niches of Bitcoin L1 are very isolated, quite tribal sometimes as well. And it's kind of like they exist in their own niches, and we immediately pitch Beyond maybe sometimes as layer 0 for Bitcoin, and everyone tends to get really on board. So when it comes to the Bitcoin ecosystem, I would say it sells for itself.
Layer 0 for Bitcoin, is that your slogan?
It's a 3-word summary, the TLDR.
Hey, thanks for the presentation. Quick question. You had like a part of your go-to-market was to work with the Bitcoin layer 2s. At the moment, there's like over 100 of them. Do you actually prioritize some of them over the rest? And like, if those are the one that you prioritize, which one?
Yeah, I see someone there from the Bob team, by the way, so pretty relevant. We're working with them quite closely. We also were meeting the BitLayer founder before, and we're just prioritizing by TVL and daily active users. Merlin, BitLayer, Bob, all the major ones that we see are having like good organic usage. That's really what we prioritize.
Do you do any DD on their kind of security mechanism, how it works? And like, you know, you don't want to get in a place where some of these Bitcoin layer 2s actually rug pull their holders.
Yeah, for sure. Our CTO is always doing the one handling the DD. I would say, like, for us on the business side, it's a bit more like about having the chain be battle tested with a lot of TVL, a lot of volume, no real significant issues on the business side of things. On the technical side, it's our CTO handling it. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your pitch. What is your past experience in the crypto space prior to Beyond?
So as a team, we've been operating together, I think, for 4 years now. Initially, a bit more as an agency, mainly doing DeFi applications. And with Beyond, we founded it almost a year ago now. So the whole team, except maybe one person, have been working together for 4 years, which is really nice. I come more from a software engineering background. He's been more in TradFi previously and like a crypto OG, I think 9 years now or something like that. And yeah, our CTO, importantly, also is like he has 11 years in the industry as a cryptographer and working himself as an auditor for Ethereum Foundation, Solana Foundation, and even a little bit with the Bitcoin Core team for a few months as well. So yeah.
Thank you.
So with this solution, are you able to bridge runes to BNB, for example, or how does that work?
Pretty much, yeah. Runes, BRC20, and there's, I think, other 7, 8 other standards that are trying to get us, but we're prioritizing those two because they're by far the biggest. But any other future, like, for example, there's BRC20 2.0, proto runes, like upgrades to the standards, all of them we will be integrating as well.
And is this also 11 multi-sig?
Come again, sir?
Is this also multi-sig for runes?
For Beyond B1, yes, which is the version we're launching on mainnet in a couple months in January. For Beyond B2, it's going to be like a completely as close as it gets to having like a smart contract on Bitcoin L1. We're working with external teams that are building like N of one fully decentralized or trustless solutions and so on, but these are still early days for them. So we're just going to wait for them to get proved, and then we will migrate to one of those.
Got it. And on the Bitcoin side, do you need any other like tech upgrades like OpCat or something?
Actually, that's a hot debate. No one knows when it's gonna come, if it's gonna come or anytime soon. It would be super nice, but we're not relying on it. So we're just building, assuming that it's not gonna come anytime soon. And if it comes, we're definitely gonna leverage it. Or one of the solutions I was mentioning before, yeah.
Got it. Thanks.
Thank you for the Beyond team. And the next project is Varsense. Welcome to the stage. Remember, you have 6 minutes to pitch and 4 minutes for the QA.
Thank you, guys. Can you guys hear me fine? All right. I'm Helen, representing Varsense. I know that we have a limited time, so I'm just going to cut the crap and get to the business. What is the Varsense and why we're important? So just reading the name of Varsense, right? We're FHE-enabled validation as a service network using actor model based to basically kind of like, unlocking the decentralized service for with the restaking for shared security. So then, just put aside all those kind of techie names. What the hell does that really mean, right? So I'm just going to answer this question within 3 questions. First one, what really is the restaking? Many people, including some investors I spoke with, mistaking kind of a restaking as a fancy way of DeFi by pulling up a bunch of TVLs and then hoping to get more rewards, right? However, we think that that's actually just a surface. Restaking for TVL is just the means. Restaking for pooled or shared security is really the goal. And then that means a few things, of course. The first one, that, at this side, you really pull up all kinds of valuable token as collateral for security origin. And this side, you need to restructure and redistribute the security origin towards all kinds of AVS, which often varies a lot in the business nature, meaning that they're calling for different requirement of the security, calling for a different degree of decentralization at a different stage of the life cycle with different affordability. All right, so we see that this part is already kind of a building by a couple larger leaders in the restaking. However, nobody is really building this side. So then, goes to the second question. All right, since that, the restaking is all about the shared security, isn't that any L1 blockchain is already about shared security? Why restaking? What's the big deals, right? Some smart audience may follow this second question. So let me answer this one. Here, if you look at that, the general purpose L1 blockchain, taking Ethereum as an example, you will see everything is layered up. It's essentially a homogeneous application, right? Either layer 2, layer 3, or application that deployed on the Ethereum. They are shared security from Ethereum. They also inherit the same type of a limitation. However, if you look at the restaking, it's no longer layered or stacked structure. It's basically all parallelized with a lot more flexibilities. So then let's take a look at the side-by-side comparison of the difference between the shared security. You can take a look at that. This is a column. First column is more like general purpose L1 in the structure of a public ledger and a smart contract on top of that. And then restaking for shared security is essentially restaking to pull the security origin and redistribution or restructuring of a security distribution from a solution like a provider like a Varsense. So what's the difference here? Often that those kind of like heterogeneous networks that it can provide a lot more flexibility, including initiate the data input output, active access to database, and often to able to provide the query operations immediately on the decentralized database. And we can also provide a very lightweight consensus that decoupled the consensus from the runtime. So meaning that you have all kinds of resources from the nodes that you support the complicated business logic. So in a quick summary, what really did means that with Varsense and under restake for shared security, we're now able to easily onboard decentralized email, Notion, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, or decentralized AI agent, or some like high computation related tasks. For example, like a FHE enabled application. Okay, so that's a difference of the shared security for restaking. So then the third question is that, well, isn't the eigenlayer already doing restaking? What's the big deal of the Varsense? What's your value, right? Let's look at this pictures. This is a typical like an end-to-end value of the eigenlayer. You see what's missing here? This part is pulling the security, and they're hoping organically, automatically, some application just gonna onboard. However, we all know that eigenlayer fails so badly because that they do not have this immediate kind of infrastructures. So what does that really mean? Why it's important, right? I want to look at this one. This is a high-level architecture. This side is what eigenlayer doing, more like a husband role, providing for the supply of the security. This part is Varsense, performing like a wife role, really onboarding all kinds of applications, nurturing them, and make sure the security origin or the resource are allocated towards them and operate the systems correctly. So then that means a few things come back to here. You can tell that we need to do the security restrictions. We need to offer a very interesting consensus that is shrinkable or expandable to offer validation as a service. That also means a few things. For example, we need to do like, have a flexible slashing mechanism. We need to decouple the runtime from the consensus model at the node level. We offer decentralized database, right? And we probably offer some web service connecting to the affordable storage like a greenfields. And we also need to implement the payment schemes. All those things that a capable wife is to do in order to support the family, right? Okay, so then after 3 questions, then I think I probably finish explaining what is the Varsense and why very valuable. And we are actually focused on onboarding 3 type of initial applications. One is the larger scale Web 2 applications and are truly calling for decentralization. And then this is a true decentralized AI agent and some heavy computation task. So in order to prove our thoughts is correct, we actually go talk with a couple applications. We already got a few interesting showcase that, on board with us. The first one is even more interesting to the BNB guys because this is an interesting short drama social apps. That means a bunch of friends write up their own story and shoot their own video, and you even get to play a role inside of that. So the first episodes they released is called King of Crypto, and you can tell this is a guy playing CZ, I guess. This is a He Yi. This is a Justin Sun. This is the Sams from FTX, right? And then, they're distributing this videos and then try to charge people. I think their cost is about 50,000, and the pipeline is 4 to 6 weeks, and they made like about 200, profits just for 1 episode, and they're onboarding with us. Okay, so this is a little bit like numbers. The first show that released is a 6.2 million views within a few weeks. That's how much they immediately got them a new address. But then they're desperately looking for a decentralized platform to support their business. Why? Because soon you will see centralized video is going to shut them down. So that's why Varsense is able to this kind of support those kind of new applications. And this is another social case, the case study. It's a social forum with the decentralized AI agent that they are onboarding us about 7,000 real developer users with a total about 16,000 posts. And then those are some the metrics. We're literally onboarding them on our decentralized platform. So then I have a 2 minutes videos, but before that, I just want to talk a little bit why it matters to BNB Chain. The first thing is that think about it. Now we actually validated the business model for restaking. People are paying for using our platform. So then this money is going to flow back to the security origin. If we include a BNB token as a security origin, so that means that we created the demand for a BNB token because the token holders are able to make more money. The second thing is that we help to reinforce the bonding over the entire BNB ecosystem by including some important ecosystem tokens like a Pancake Swap, a couple others, right? And then most importantly, that we basically extended our arm for BNB chains to get more money. And then, you basically kind of strengthen the ecosystem position against new chain like a Tom, because we'll actually help you to onboard those kind of applications, right? So then that's the value, and then this is us, but then of course so this is our application, the demo, and then we can get into the Q&A sessions.
Hello guys, I'm going to show you how to build up a forum AVS on Varsense network. This is
play it, but no sound, so I can just get into the questions with the judges. And then I want to kind of like also address this. It's a true decentralized, and we actually show you how those developers post on the centralized forum and reply that, and then also using a decentralized AI, calling the open AI ChatGPT, and then just return back it. Yeah, go ahead.
So if you don't see yourself as a competitor to EigenLayer, then who are you competing with? Are you competing with the LRTs, or who are you actually competing with?
Nothing. So EigenLayer, LRT at the husband side, they're pulling up a TVLs. We're at the wife side, onboarding ABS, just because now we realize that you're hoping that those applications kind of automatically onboard to EigenLayer, they're not paying. Why? Because the true application that cannot find a good infrastructure from a decentralized general purpose L1, they're looking for new infrastructure, let's say restaking for shared security. So those are the possible paid ABS, not the ABS that EigenLayer is currently having.
So then can they build directly like on top of
Varsense?
Yeah.
Yes. So we're Acron model based. We do not have a smart contract. So if you really want to look into some parallel kind of a comparison, the very close one would be the Definity or the Polkadot Gem. So we're like a Acron model based. We have nothing to do with like EVM things. So meaning that we're building a bunch of heterogeneous network utilizing the security origin offered by restaking partners like EigenLayer, Symbiotic, or Karak. And then the good things that we're able to redistribute those security origin to support very different applications.
So is there any like friction for developers to actually work with you guys?
Sorry,
like, is there any education that needs to go like to like a tech team, for example, to integrate with you guys?
Yes. So let's go back to this one. This side, right? We have basically three components. There is a SDK for developers to call up and build their applications. This is a consensus model, and this is the integration with the restaking partners. So we do have a SDK, but it's quite convenient. So the demo I just showed you, the developers, it's called rustcc.cn. You can find it. They're a centralized forum. They're onboarding with us. They use 1 week to finish onboarding. The goal is that we want to make those applications onboard with Web3 with very, very easy usability.
Makes sense. Okay, two more quick questions. Can you explain adaptable slashing to me?
Okay.
And then just two parts, and then affordable storage, like those two.
Yes, sure.
How are you approaching those two?
Adaptable slashing meaning different. If you go look at this one, okay. Different restaking partners have a different mechanism of slashing. So we are connecting with multiple secure origin providers like EigenLayer, Karak, Symbiotic. So in order to kind of work with them, so we build a kind of a different adaptable slashing, meaning that we're able to monitor those malicious behavior, but we're not going to initiate the slashing. We report this back to the restaking partner and compliant with their rules, and then we just action on it. So that's what I mean the adaptable slashing. But point is that we're able to monitor those malicious behavior and report it back to the restaking partner. And then the storage things, right? So we basically build a web service to connect multiple storage options for the developers who are calling for this functionality. One is a greenfield, of course, and the other one is a couple other kind of comparable service. Yeah.
I have questions about BNB tokens here. You mentioned that you can like support BNB tokens. But actually, in this page, you showed that it's actually more about the risk-taking protocols. They are supporting BNB
That's
tokens.
true.
But actually, right now, Eigenlayer didn't support BNB token
That's what I'm
yet.
saying, yeah.
So what is your contributions to BNB? Because you cannot tell them you need to support BNB because that's their decisions. So what is
I agree
your
with you.
contributions to BNB chain and BNB tokens, dear?
So first of all, building this part is very easy. We're focusing on this demand side, but doesn't mean we cannot do anything at this side. It's just we don't want to create a unnecessary competition against them. So for the security origins from East, we're gonna utilize the existing partners from Eigenlayer, Symbiotic, right? For BNB, if you don't have any current restaking partner offer this service, then Varsense is gonna build this. In onboarding BNB chain, BNB token as a part of a security origin. So then when money flows here from this, we're gonna pay 10% to the operators, 10% reserved to validation, 10% to the restaking partner. The rest goes back to the BNB holders who are actually put down their money and provided the security origin. And this is the payment option here. Eigenlayer is not doing anything like that because they haven't really figured out. And then we are actually working with Symbiotic and Karak, and then we're actually already doing this payment scheme now.
Can you intro a bit more about the team?
My team, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So myself a little bit. 5 years ecosystem development, head of Polkadot Asia. And then the rest of the focus are all engineering. So there are a long time the core devs from Polkadot, Avalanche, Nears. So we're a bunch of the L1 guys. We've been working on L1 enough, realize there's some limitations that you cannot just deal with, on the same infrastructure. So that's why we're actually betting on the restaking as a new infrastructure to support new type of applications.
Hey, thanks a lot for the presentation. Quick question. You mentioned about Eigenlayer, Karak, Symbiotic.
Yeah.
Have you heard of kernel building on?
I think they are working on this side, right?
Right, yes,
heard
they
this
are.
from Marvel.
They're not
yesterday.
yet live.
Okay, so we can talk with them. Our focus is here, performing a good wife role. If nobody's working on this, we can do that. If there's already a player, we can integrate with them.
Yes, there is. I think the founder is actually somewhere around here.
Binomial.
So,
Huh?
yeah.
So if you can introduce me to them, that would be great.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then a follow-up question. On that side, actually, the AVSs. So as it stands right now, there's a bunch of them on Eigenlayer. The slashing has not been enabled yet. So
Yeah.
how are you thinking about that? Because once slashing comes up, a lot of this will reshape. Do you have any concerns about slashing? Like how are you thinking about like actually managing that
So
side?
the reason that they don't have the real slashing happens because they don't have any paid AVS, right? Without the paying AVS, then nothing is really serious because the money flow doesn't work. Once you have a paid series, meaning that some applications are really depending on the right behavior of those nodes, then a slashing is a necessity. So then we think that we should, work with the Eigenlayer and, really implement the slashing. Right now, their slashing is more like, hey, if you behave poorly, then I'm just going to pull away your rewards. We're not going to give you but they're not really cutting your interest. But we can do that. Yeah.
Just generic question. Why is now?
Sorry, I'm so sorry. We passed too much, but you can
Good
talk
luck.
privately. Yeah. Yeah, we have the next project waiting, which is Oneness. Let's welcome Oneness on the stage.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, and where's clicker? Thank you so much. We're in gaming, so let's. It's a lot of serious panels presentation. Let's have some fun. So Oneness, where's our presentation? Oh, how come it's already 8 minutes? I just got up. Oh, it just started. So Oneness, what we do. So we're here to tackle the central dilemma, achieving mass adoption. And this is the status quo of gaming industry and the Web3 industry today. However, it's still a thick wall in between, right? And preventing us from achieving mass adoption. So instead of making another Web3 game, we are taking a very unique approach by inserting Web3 directly into Web2 existing games. How to do that? On top of every Web2 game, we build a Web3 external layer constructed by the game's IP, assets, and community. So for players, it's a one-stop game assets platform. At the back end, it's a modular layer that's real-time deduct 10% of every IAP happening in the game, and also triggering the Web3 conversion engagement directly inside the Web2 game. Let's watch a quick video to explain this unique model.
The gaming industry is a $200 billion market with 4 billion players worldwide. Yet, traditional publishing dominates the profit, leaving developers and players behind. Oneness Labs is here to change that. We're building a financial infrastructure to disrupt the publishing model and revolutionize gaming through blockchain. Today, publishers typically take 50 to 70% of game revenue, leaving developers with minimal returns. Meanwhile, gamers remain passive consumers. Oneness Labs separates the game from the file. Web2 games remain Web2, but we layer Web3 on top, allowing seamless integration. Through our GameFi Quest platform and revenue-based financing, we empower developers to unlock financialization with growing user base and revenue stream. Here is how it works. Web3 assets from games become financial instruments backed by real-time transaction deductions, 8 to 10% for every in-game purchase through our smart contract-backed payment processor. Those assets can be traded and used for various utilities, including influencing in-game rare item decisions, governance, and other functionalities. Instead of losing 50 to 70% of revenue to publishers, developers can access liquidity and self-publish. Our gaming intent layer also integrates with various in-game systems, allowing players to play to earn without disrupting the Web2 in-game economy. Those earnings are backed by consumption revenue, not speculation. Also, Web2 players can onboard into Web3 directly from the games they already play every day. Backed by 2 top 20 gaming companies, we have 13 game sites reaching 33 million daily active players and generating $14 million monthly revenue, which makes $1.4 million in monthly dividends via payments processing. Our in-house game, Tycoon's Monopoly, led by a co-founder behind the $1.5 billion revenue hit game in MENA region, will launch in this November, fully powered by Oneness. A thriving community of 206,000 Twitter followers and 206,000 Discord members. Despite the NFT market downturn, we sold out 2,000 Xbox NFTs in 32 hours just 3 weeks ago, raising 384 ETH.
Our multinational team has extensive experience in both Web2 gaming and native Web3, in hard tech and applications.
I'm Kathy Gong. I'm senior and co-founder of Binance Labs. We're here to make big things happen. As a startup, we're not only the best, we're the first to imagine and execute something that hasn't been done before.
And so every successful business model shares key fundamentals. I'm gonna present you a case, which is called MicroConnect, which is a 2 billion fintech startup founded by Charles Lee, who is the former chairman of Hong Kong Stock Exchange. They are here to financialize the offline retail SMEs in China by real-time deduct 10% of every transaction made in the shop to back the individual shop or group as ETF to issue the token on Macau Exchange. The reason it works is because 3. First of all, no matter how small a retail shop, it has a stable and growing revenue. So is every Web2 game. If they exist today, they must have revenue. Second of all, retail is an under-financialized industry, so much so for the gaming industry. Number 3 is the increase in digital payment. And if you look at the game, every day is 100% online, creating an even bigger monetization potential. Together with our game financialization product, we're also gearing up to launch our next game and game assets. And it's not just any game. You should take a look at this game. Let's look at the social, crazy social matrix first. So this game cross a platform. This is a total view and the total comments on the game cross all those platforms. Right now, there are more than 3 million people wishlisted this game on Steam. And 20 million people, you can search this game today on your phone. And 20 more people, a million people comment this is the next most anticipated title, and they believe it will be the next Black Myth Wukong, which sold 35 million copies. And the expected sales for this game is 20 million copies at $60 per copy, which make 10% of that total sales, 120 million real consumption revenue injected into Web3 as token buyback. And imagine the community will bring from the Web2. So this game is coming soon in December, powered by Oneness. Enough teasing. Let's take a look at the game. If you play game, I'm sure you already have heard of this game or watched their trailer before, and the new trailer is coming out in 2 days.
刀を振り回す愚かなジャパンガールか。
すっきりさせてやろうか、ボスさん。
負けないこと投げ出さないこと逃げ出さないこと信じ抜くことダメになりそうな時それが一番大事負けないこと投げ出さない
Alright, so you can search the complete trailer on internet. So this is an exciting game, and even the token that better than say some token vaguely linked but not actually in any actual way backed by some banana tape on the wall. I believe it is. So this is our way to on track to unlock trillions of transactions and bring billions of dollars. And we believe this is the right way to own your game. Thank you. Thank you. This is an amazing game, and the new trailer is coming out, and it will be a hit. The old trailer you just saw have 500 million views on the internet. And you search any platform, they're there. Yeah.
So forgive me, is this being built natively on BNB Chain?
It's going to be. The game, right? The game is a Web2 game. So how the way we work is, if you look at every Web2 game, they exist today, it's because they have users. It's because someone pay for the game. Because they don't have any monetization except for people pay for the game. So what we do is we build the infrastructure to deduct 10% of every transaction, real money, into Web3 and bring their communities. And the Web3 part, which is a Web3 layer, will be built on BNB Chain.
Are you going to have to build your own games to do this, or do you envision like a way to actually integrate with like a larger kind of scope of games?
We're a platform. In the video, the first video I play, we are building, and which is the Monopoly Go, the Middle East Monopoly Go game that will also launch in November. So imagine us, even though we're not Steam, right? But if Steam becomes Steam today, is because they have Half-Life. They are able to build CS:GO, right? But they also house like millions of the games. So we will be like that. So we are we can work with every existing Web2 game. And you ask why they want to work with us? Because today they have to give 70% of their game revenue to publishers, and they don't want to do that.
But how do you solve the like the community or the user base fragmentation? Because like one of the big value props of Steam is the massive user base, right?
Absolutely.
So
and
how do you
mobile even bigger, right?
Yeah.
4 billion people in mobile. So we are unique because we directly connect with the Web 2 game, but the game stay Web 2. So what will happen? So a user journey, if I may walk through, is when player achieve certain milestones, say reaching your level 3 VIP level, you finish the last battle, something will pop out inside the game. Something like airdrop, some weapons, and once they click, they go outside of the game. So they go to our platform to claim that, and claim the token, create the airdrop, so they don't disrupt the in-game economy, but they onboard it directly from the Web 2 game they're already playing today into Web 3. So imagine us as what a road right now built inside the Web 2 game, which is not achieved by any solution yet today. So what we need to do is just make this bumpy road today, maybe it's bumpy, into a highway tomorrow, increasing that conversion rate. But this is the first time that road is built inside of the user base, the massive user base.
I have a question. What is the biggest advantages that when you are selling your solutions to other Web 2 games?
Sorry, say that again.
Well, what is your biggest advantages when you are selling your solutions to other Web 2 game to onboard them? And also, that's my general question for any gaming projects. Like, why you guys wanted to integrate Web3 technology? What is the biggest benefit that you expecting to integrate this Web3 right. Technology? Because if you are building a next Wukong game, you know, you can have revenues, like a big revenues. You even don't need to have a token, right?
Wukong become Wukong because you know, not every game will become Wukong, but you know how much Wukong gave to Tencent? 90% of the revenue goes to Tencent and Inxiong Huyu. Wukong only have 10%. But if you have a way today to self-publish, and if you ask every game developer today, self-publish is better than someone else publish your game because you know your game the best. If you have a way to self-publish, you will never choose a publisher. That's why the game working with us. To have more freedom, to have more autonomy, to have more profit.
Thank you. Let's welcome the next project, Up Network, to the stage. Thank you, Oneness Labs.
Thank you.
I'll have a clicker. Awesome. Hey, y'all. Thanks for having us here. I'm Devansh Khatri, co-founder and CEO of Up Network. Shout out BIA for inviting us here. So at Up Network, we're building the first user-powered network. TLDR, we transform your everyday personal devices into computer power and censored nodes. We've made it very simple and easy to do this. Basically install Chrome extensions on your desktop browser and they become active network nodes, or install progressive web apps, you know, node apps or Telegram bots on your personal devices such as smartphones, and they act as active network nodes as well. So we use smartphones on a daily basis, all of us here. We're using the internet on a daily basis. We're generating a bunch of data daily as well, but really none of us are getting anything in return of it, i.e. you can't monetize it daily. Up Network is here to change that, enable users to be able to monetize their data. And we're doing this in a three-step process here. Users come on Up Network, generate a DID using biometric identification on devices that already exist on your device. Then users can opt in to choose what sort of data to share on Up Network, sensor computing or storage. And this is divided into three different segments. There's behavioral data, there's sensor computing, and there's storage. Now, all of this collected encrypted DIDs and data is stored with zero knowledge proof on our layer, ensuring there's no compromise in privacy. Now, on the other side, we're also building a data marketplace with all the data that is being collected. And this is very, very important and valuable because one of the largest challenge and what every business or startup needs, or every entity, is customer acquisition. So partners or businesses then can come to a data marketplace and you know, target verified user cohorts and really identify what users they want and who they want to onboard in exchange for distributing incentives
and rewards to them. So our partners and our businesses are the demand side. And I'll give you an example of how this is done. Ooh. Excuse me. So this is one of our progressive web app, Light Node. Very simple to install. Just save it on your phone or download our Node app as well. You can then choose to share your social graph, social behavior. You can choose to share opt-in to share your app usage, your network usage, or your location behavior. And on the other side, you can also choose to share your transactional behavior. Once all of this and you've opted in, the partners and businesses can come on our data marketplace and really send push notifications to all these users. And these are very curated and targeted push notifications to the users. In this example, a push notification is like, hey, download WarpCost and earn 10 USDT. And it's as simple as that. There's no learning curve for the users. We've kept it, quote, very normie friendly. Anybody can pick it up, download, and start utilizing Up Network. Of course, with full data sovereignty and privacy for the users. This is a macro level overview of what we're doing at Up Network on the supply side and the demand side. Now, the supply side are all the users. They keep doing what they're doing, i.e. using your favorite app, using your favorite D app, whether it's TikTok, Instagram, Binance, or any other app on BNB Chain. They can then provide access to decentralized sensing power and storage. And of course, this is all happening transparently on our layer through zero knowledge proof. So they don't have to worry where the data is being utilized, and nobody can trick them by utilizing data and not rewarding them. Now, on the other hand, we have the demand coming in from the partners, right? Some of the use cases that these partners want for this data marketplace, customer acquisition, needed by everyone, and one of the toughest challenge for anybody to kick off with, and of course down the road as well to continue onboarding users. Crowd sensing power. We all have devices in our pocket that have at least 25 sensors. We don't get to monetize them. We don't get to do anything with them, but UpNetwork wants to change that and enable you to monetize your sensors. Scalable AI training once we deploy the nodes globally, which is already happening. And most importantly, deploy, distribute, and seamlessly engage with users globally. We consider this fourth point, the new launchpad model, where you're not coming on UpNetwork to launch a token, but rather you're coming on UpNetwork to onboard users that are already existing, and we've built that reputation and trust with them. Now, we are MoveVM compatible, we're EVM compatible. We have at least 140 ecosystem partners, and I'm sure in the past 2 days of being in Dubai, that has grown further. Currently, we have 60,000 daily active users, over 3,000 on-chain, over 300,000 on-chain users. A little bit about our socials that are on a bull run currently. Most recently, Filecoin announced a partnership together because we'll be exploring decentralized data management with Filecoin, because we'll be collecting and accumulating a lot of this data through nodes. I would like to point out some of the Web3 partners that we have over here. You must have seen these names, but also to go further, we have partnerships with some of the largest telcos, telecommunication companies in Latin America, specifically Brazil and Colombia. We have the pipeline to 166 million KYC users, and we're working on activation campaigns with them. The goal with them is to bring in net new users, net new liquidity, and net new volume into the Web3 space, because currently it's all the same group of mercenary users going from eco A to B to C. But with all these net new users coming in, we also bring in a lot of new consumer behavior. And for any ecosystem to thrive, we need a mix of both, and not just mercenary users who come, do ABC, and leave. We also have a big partnership with Meizu. This is one of our close partners that manufactures premium devices out of Asia, specifically China. We will be installing our software on Meizu devices natively, and this will be distributed through retail outlets, the Best Buy equivalents of Latin America, that folks can then use these devices, keep doing what they're doing, but then be exposed to the Web3 space without really needing to know how to generate a wallet or what an on-chain transaction is, but we've onboarded them. Now, some of the value props we believe to BNB Chain. Number one, of course, onboard the 166 million KYC users, net new liquidity, 140 ecosystem projects. We envision BNB becoming the home of deep-in ecosystems through Up Network, because Up Network's the canvas, and all other projects are coming, building, and distributing on Up Network. Of course, further decentralization through light nodes and full nodes. Currently 60,000 DAU. Our target by end of January is 100,000 daily active users of nodes. By end of Q1, extremely aggressively, 1 million daily active users. And these are verified users, real users, operating light nodes and full nodes globally. All of that leads to increase in wallets and on-chain transactions for BNB. And of course, this is our goal to be, onboard crowdsource sensing for the BNB ecosystem. This is a 5-step process of how we are enabling the user power network. This was meant to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know why it's all one, but number 1, enable data sovereignty and the marketplace. This is already being built. Be ready by end of this year, launch in Q1. Number 2, build a user-powered infrastructure network, right? This is also being built, testnet ready in Q1, launching in January. Then distribute the ownership of the network. This is when we introduce a governance token, distribute it to all the users, and become a decentralized ecosystem. Number 4, scale and increase adoption through additional partnerships that we have in the pipeline. And then number 5, which is our end goal, introduce the user-powered network for everyone globally. A little bit about our team. Roy and I, my CEO, and me, the co-founder, we're Acron from the 2018-2019 days, leading biz dev, marketing at Tron. Our team acquired BitTorrent, we acquired Steemit, we acquired Poloniex. We integrated Tron blockchain with Samsung devices in 2019. But of course, at that stage, we really feel the space wasn't mature enough to bring in global manufactured devices in 2019. But now consumer applications are a thing, and we really feel distribution is needed and is key. Thus, Up Network comes into the picture. We've got Fernando, who's the exterior director of Samsung Electronics North America. He was leading games and strategy over there. He's a key part on onboarding these users from Latin America with the telcos. And of course, Francesco, our CTO, who led the whole lead for the blockchain infrastructure at BitTorrent, emergent products at Yahoo, and led Android development at Turo. Our advisor, currently pretty excited to have him on board, is Sean Carey. He is the co-founder and ex-CTO of Helium. I think we're all aware of Helium and what Helium achieved over time. And we hope to do something equally big, if not better, than Helium. And yeah, that's what we're doing in Up Network. Sorry, I gone through that to respect time, but happy to take any questions.
Sorry, just a quick one. Like, also, what kind of data are you scraping on the apps?
Let me come back over here. Oh, excuse me. Can I get the slide again? Thank you. We give options to the users. So the social graph and social behavior, they can opt in for app usage, i.e. time. They can do network usage, which networks they're using, and location behavior, and then of course transactional behavior. This is starting with light nodes. Once we are introducing our full nodes, which are the APKs, and also working on our OS, then we can get more granular data as well, which is then natively installed with the devices. Once we have OS level access and root access, we can get all sorts of data with their consent once they opt in.
Got it. And like you can get root access data on iPhones or?
No, for that, it's just going to be Android OS with 3.3 billion devices or addressable market. For that reason, we introduced progressive web app and light nodes that can go on iOS, Chrome plugins, and also Android.
Got it. And on the demand side, like who is the biggest customer you think that will use up the network's data?
So we have 140 partners. We're MoveVM compatible. We're EVM compatible. We're working with Web2 partners as well. It's hard for me to point out the biggest consumer right now, but of course, one of them being Filecoin as well, because we're using a lot of data services. But we already have, at least out of those 140, at least 80 have committed to incentives and rewards for the ecosystem that we'll be utilizing to onboard the users and continue this flying wheel going.
Sorry, just one last one.
Sure.
And like you say, there's going to be a token, and like how is that going to tie in the flywheel? Like, is it just a sync? Is there a sync or what?
So what we're doing currently is all of the partners that we're onboarding, they're committing to incentives for the ecosystem. We're using those incentives to reward the users. Once we bring in our token in Q2 later, we'll be using those to further incentivize the users. We have a pipeline of 166 million users. We will be dedicating a major part of our tokens towards incentives over 7 years, but starting off with partners' incentives.
So you mean that BNB Chain and all other layer 1, layer 2s are the potential customers for your data?
So we're working with app layer, we're working with consumer applications, L1s, L2s, currently just EVM and MoveVM. Hopefully we get down to SVM Solana projects as well. Because look, customer acquisition is needed by every project, whether it's an exchange, whether it's a chain, whether it's a L2. And we are that canvas to bring those users and have curated actions or performances be driven for these partners to help them achieve their KPIs. That's what we want to do.
Why do you think you can really target the target users for any chance?
Excuse me?
How can you really target the users for our chain, like get the real target user for chains. Because I don't, because from online I don't think this is something we would buy honestly.
That we can, how we target the users on individual chains. Sorry, I didn't understand that.
Yes.
Well, the user's already there. The demand exists. Every partner we talk to, they need the users to complete certain actions, which currently they're not doing. So to increase those actions, whether it's TVL-based, metric-based, transaction-based, whether it's social-based, we're able to drive these users to perform those actions with our partners, whether it's the existing user base or net new users that we're onboarding. And we're able to complete this flying wheel for them and really have real users that can actually generate value for them and not civil botted accounts, which happens a lot in our space.
Thank you so much. So, we're running out of time. So,
Sure.
Thank you, Up Network, for sharing about how you're gonna work with BNB Chain. So, let's have 4AI to the stage.
Test. Okay. Last pitch before the lunch break. And yeah. First and foremost, thank you to BNB Chain for hosting us, for giving us the opportunity to speak at BIA. Thank you to the judges for your valuable time, and kudos to all the projects that have presented previously. My name is Kai. I'm the founder at 4U.ai. 4U.ai is a company that leverages both blockchain and AI to come and rethink and reshape the data economy. We're not just building a product, we're building an entire ecosystem that enables AI users, just like you and I, to be able to make better use of our data. Through this presentation, I would like to show you why and how 4U.ai will be building the layer 3 of the data economy. Now, our team brings with it a very diverse expertise and a proven track record in tech, especially within crypto. Myself and half of the founding team included. We previously founded Toko Crypto, which was invested by Binance back in 2020, and was successfully acquired by Binance in 2022. And since then, we've moved on to kind of delve into the AI space, and Toko Crypto still stands as the largest and most trusted crypto exchange in Indonesia till date. Today, our team is poised to drive this groundbreaking innovation between AI, blockchain, and social experiences. Now, the thing with data monetization is it's not new. It's been around since 2018, but there is a problem that kind of mirrors this particular industry, and that is the onboarding of Web2 users into Web3, which we think we have devised a way to crack the code by bringing users back into the center of the data picture. This will allow us to tap into a large chunk of the global data market, 222 billion, and we're confident that we'll be able to tackle at least 10% of the global Web3 data market within the next 5 years. Before we start, I want to talk about the massive problem and data dilemma within the AI and data space. Number one, data is gold, we all know it, but users can't mine it, we can't mine it, and we aim to be able to fix that. The second problem is that there's no universal platform that facilitates and enables data exchange, and we want to be that. And the third and most important thing is that whoever controls data will control the future of AI narratives going forward. And who are the ones that currently controls that? There's the big tech companies. So we're coming in to provide a solution whereby users can take back control of the data and be able to be part of this larger AI narrative in the future. Hence, at 4U.ai, we are building the ecosystem with clear vision in mind. We want to build an ecosystem where companies can deliver highly personalized experiences which caters to individual user needs, but still keeping the user at the center of the data picture. Hence, the user is able to enjoy both the benefit of having curated, customized experiences on any platforms, be it on crypto exchanges or Kareem or Uber, but still being able to have control over their own data. So the 4U.ai Telegram mini app is the first step into this new world. What we have created is a gamified experience on data monetization that empowers both users and companies. Our ecosystem generates quality data, which leads to valuable AI insights. So what we have focused on is a frictionless user experience, focusing on one click, social logins, no crypto knowledge required, fast transaction processing. And so far, we have onboarded 6.4 million users. So the question comes in, how did we do that? How do we onboard 6 million users into our ecosystem? The first thing that we took note of is that community building is important, but it's not enough if we don't convert them into users. So what we have done is that for every community member that joins us, we created for them a unique data avatar, and that data avatar, the personal embeddings that is generated from the AI inferences will be put onto the blockchain as part of their data avatar. We then seek strategic partners such as WorldCoin and Bloom Labs that saw the importance of what we are building and how it could enrich their communities, because it gives insights to them, what their communities are thinking, and how to better cater their services for them. This took our community members to 6 million, and we were able to convert this 6 million to 6 million users for our ecosystem. The next question that you will be asking would be, what kind of data do we gather? So at the start, we are targeting social media data, and from that, we gather this data and run it through our AI inference layer to be able to transform previously unstructured data into usable data. Within the mini app, if you check it out, it will allow users to create viral moments like Roast Me, and we also partner up with Bloom to create meme coins to help the users imagine meme coins that they are very easily able to deploy onto meme pads, whichever they like in the future. So our current ecosystem consists of a few product overviews. We have the Telegram mini app, which enables data monetization after TG. Currently, has 6 million users on the platform. We have our AI inference layer that helps users to generate the data avatars. Now, not the entire data avatar will be stored on chain. Only the personal embeddings will be stored on chain. Same like for companies, only the embeddings or the vector embeddings of those products that they have will be stored on chain. Now, we also deploy user and community AI assistants to come in and help bring value. We also will be integrating SocialFi elements such as Web3 Tinder and many more so that we can cater to the users' real needs. We will also be deploying SDKs and APIs so that developers can come in and incorporate this ecosystem so that they can then curate their experiences better to service their customers' needs. Now, our monetization model is two-pronged. Revenue will come from the Web2 verticals as well as a well-designed token infrastructure. To power this ecosystem, the For You token will be the in-platform currency where users and businesses will spend tokens to upgrade AI models. And the token burn mechanics within mechanism using the Web2 proceeds will ensure long-term value of the tokens. We already have a case study. We partnered with a company in Indonesia, which is an AI-powered gift gifting for both merchandising for B2B and B2C. And we already helped them generate 200,000 in revenue for this year. And we're looking set to come up to 500K by the end of this year. How this works is that basically we gather the data and insights of the target audience that they are intended for, and we push it to them so that they'll be able to provide better recommendations for their clients. And it's set to hit 5 million in revenue by the end of 2025. As we continue to ramp our growth, we are definitely looking for more strategic partners to come in and join us. And we're looking to kickstart 3 new verticals in Defi, which I think some of the other partners have also mentioned. One of the key things that's lacking is in terms of credit scoring. We hope this social data that we're gathering and alongside other data metrics can come in to provide a form of credit scoring for their audience, and also e-commerce platforms as well. So what we have achieved so far is beyond our expectations. We have 6 million users. This early traction lays the strong foundation for our future growth, and it validates our business model and the needs of people for a decentralized AI assistant. So every user who joins us strengthens our ecosystem while helping to train and refine our AI model. To celebrate, we've also kickstarted season 2. We're opening up not just Twitter, but Instagram, LinkedIn, Google, and many other social connects that users can connect to. Now, as a final closing statement, For You AI, we're at the forefront of a paradigm shift where users are the catalysts and they are rewarded for simply being themselves. Now, the mission to decentralize the data ecosystem is not an easy one, and we require strong partners to join in with us. But definitely the rewards, if done well, is going to be very fruitful. So this is why we need your support. So if you have any feedback, funding or partnership opportunities, please feel free to reach out. Once again, thank you. If you have any questions that you guys might have.
Thanks for the presentation. I'm curious. So are there a couple of questions? So are there any storage requirements that you have to tackle for this, and how are you approaching that? And then also, like, can you just walk me through like what the user experience is like for this?
Okay.
Like, just give me like one case.
Okay, so for the first case, we don't actually store users' data anywhere. What we do is we only store the users' embeddings onto the blockchain. So when users connect to their socials, the data is processed directly on the user's mobile device, and through the AI that's deployed on the user's mobile device, only the embeddings, vector embeddings, is actually extracted and put onto the blockchain. So we don't directly deal with any of the data. For the second part of the question, what we have done is we've kind of gamified it. We put it on a TG Mini app, and basically a user that comes in will see a game interface whereby they can earn points when they connect to more platforms. And through the TG bot, we are also able to interact with the users in the form of an AI assistant. So kind of like giving you recommendations, pickup lines, strengths, weaknesses, how to overcome them, and potentially recommendations on like communities.
And then how is the like these users that you've onboarded? Like, how is the like retention, or how much usage are these users generally like employing?
Well, typically for now, we've been running for 3 months. The users come in, they connect. I think what we need to put inside, because we gamified it, but we're not a true gaming platform. So users, once they come in, they connect, and then we haven't actually tackled the actual monetization side, aside from the gifting. So we do expect once we have more features implemented, we'll definitely see more and more retention going forward. So far, retention-wise, from the 3 months till now, I think it's close to 50% of the users, 6 million users. But yeah, we still have a long time ahead of us before we can actually see the retention metrics. But ultimately, what we want to achieve is for them to just come in, connect, and hopefully forget about it. So every time they come in and check, it's just looking at. So why we put this personal embeddings onto the blockchain is so that they can see which organization, which apps has accessed their data, and if it's a permission access to their data, so they can see that if they wish to, and also to extract rewards out of it. Thank you.
Sorry, just a quick question. You said like the token can be used to upgrade the AI model.
Yes.
Like, what do you mean, like from Llama 7B to 40B, or what do you mean by that?
We intended to do it so that it can basically provide more curated recommendations when I say upgrade the AI model. So kind of be and unlock more services. So rather than just maybe recommending you pickup lines or like recommendations on travel, but to actually provide more in-depth recommendations. So when we say the AI assistance, it's actually catered towards more recommendations that could potentially bring more value to their lives.
Got it. And like this
Not
AI,
in terms of the different models.
and these AI models these AI agents that you're talking about, like, do you guys build it yourself? And like, what are you using? Are you using RAG, or what do you use?
Currently, we are deploying it on open source models, but in the future, what we want to do is to build it in-house so that we can just focus on fine-tuning the model and making better inferences. I think that's where the key part, or what differentiates us against other models.
Got it. But if you do fine-tune those models, right, it will take some time if there are a lot of users, no?
So what we are doing is that we want to achieve personalized AI assistance for each individual user. So each user will have kind of like a personalized, so fine-tuning it to the individual person, and basically. And how we do it is that the AI assistants will come in to engage with the users to validate certain inferences.
Sorry, and what is the model that you guys are using right now?
Right now, we're using Llama 3.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I guess that's it for our first session in the morning time. Before our lunch, we'll have a short standing lunch, and then we will expect Labs. Alex from Labs will give a keynote, and then we will have a panel as well. So it's a good time for you to talk with the judges and with Chain and Labs team. So don't go far. See you soon.
Max and Alex are both together.
Hello, everyone. We're about to start our afternoon session. Let's come back to the seats. Hello. So we are going to have Labs. Max and Alex is going to give us a keynote about our investment strategy, if you're interested to listen. Thank you for coming back to the seats. And our session 2 judges, please prepare and sit on the judges area. Okay, let's welcome Alex and Max from Binance Labs.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks a lot for making time to be here with us at the BIA. I think this is our 4th BIA. Yeah. So it's awesome to see it grow so well. So I just want to cover a bit more how we're involved from Binance Labs side. And I also have my colleague Max here. I think this might be the first time then you had 2 Binance Labs people on stage at the same time. So that's a new one. For those who have not really got to talk to us, just a quick overview of what we do or who we are. We're the investment arm of Binance. We sit quite outside and we're independent from the rest of the org, but we've been around since 2018. 2018. So that makes whole like 6 years of really lots of interesting and exciting work that we've done over that period. So as it stands right now, we have over 300 portfolio companies. We focus on investing in early stage stuff, pre-seed, seed is where we tend to spend most of our time. And we actually have two channels of capital deployment. The first one being direct investments, very easy. We tend to talk to founders all the time. If there's a great fit between us, we come with an investment proposal. And the second one, which you might have heard, is the incubation track. So out of that, we actually have two paths. One being our chain agnostic incubation. We try to run it at least a couple of times a year. And then we have the MVB, which is the other path. And that's in partnership with the BNB Chain and CoinMarketCap. And we tend to do a lot of investments there as well. Maybe Max, you can talk a bit more about what we look for and which sectors we're active in.
Yeah, so I think as a fund, we're usually quite agnostic. We don't have a specific vertical that we want to focus on. But recently, we've done investment in AI, consumer application. We're looking always at infrastructure still, at DeFi and Stablecoin. Different people in the team have different expertise. Personally, I have a background in AI. Alex comes from banking. We have people in the team looking at DeSci as well. So we're trying to cover everything. Yeah, in general, so we're quite open to any vertical.
Yeah, so basically, we do everything from base layer infrastructure all the way to application layer and everything in between. Any cut, any shape, any business model that touches blockchain, Web3, we're very much interested in talking to you. And even if you kind of do outside, but it's very tangent to crypto, also works. And in terms of like structure, we are also quite open. We have a slight preference for token-based investment structures, but we've historically done equity only, equity and token only. So quite flexible on that side as well. What we're really after is very strong founders, which we're gonna see more of today. And we had a really nice pitch session just before lunch, and then looking forward to seeing the second part as well. I know we still have time to go over, but perhaps we can give back some time because we massively ran over in the first pitch. So with that, if you have any questions, I'll take them after. Feel free to grab me anywhere, wherever you see me. And then we can go straight to the second pitch session of the day. Thanks a lot, everyone.
Now let's welcome our first pitching project, Multiply, on the stage. Multiply. Oh yeah. So we are having Tracy from Framework. Yeah, we have Fanda from Game Girl, who's focusing on game, and Jonathan from BigCraft, focusing on game as well. Paul from Cointelegraph. Yeah, thank you. You're head of analysis at Cointelegraph. And we also have Max from Labs, Marwan from BNB Chain, and Mo from Penrose. Yeah, thank you for judging all the time since first BIA. And let's welcome Multiply.
Okay, I think this is 4 minutes.
10 minutes and 6 minutes for presenting, and 4 minutes.
Can I have the? Yeah, thank you.
The next page.
So everyone, thank you so much for being here today. Thank you so much again. So what is Multiply? Let's just like dive in straight and direct. In simple terms, we make the rich richer every day. That's basically what we do. And for the complex degens out there, Multiply is a ZK-based RWA protocol that lets you make yield on non-traditionally yield-bearing assets like your Paxos Gold, Tether Gold, Bitcoin, and so on and so forth. And we also offer this for yield-bearing assets like USDC, and we boost the underlying yield of those specific assets. And in order to keep the protocol decentralized and non-custodial at all points in time, we have a risk committee and also a DAC committee comprising of the best and some of the notable names in the industry, such as Nethermind, Incubation, Ethereum Foundation, Starkware, and so on. Now, coming on to the next part, which is probably a very important thing, why in the hell are we here? What is Multiply and why is Multiply here for? And to answer that specific question, let me take gold as an example. Now, gold is a $12 trillion asset, but if we see, less than 0.01% of it is presently tokenized. And this is despite the fact that gold is one of the most sought after assets in the TradFi world. And it's also despite that RWA is the most discussed topic and the most debated topic in crypto presently. And it's also despite the fact that gold has risen by over 40% in the last year alone. And this is what got me extremely curious. And I started digging around as to why is gold not getting tokenized more. I went and spoke with Augment, which happens to be one of the world's leading gold reservoir, managing about $20 to $30 billion in gold, and also a few family offices out there. And almost each and every single one of them answered me the same thing. They said there is literally no economic value to go about tokenizing your gold. And this is quite contrasting because the same family offices are willing to pay 2 to 3% in transaction fees to going about tokenizing the US dollars into USDC and all the other things. And let's go back and ask, why is that? The answer to that is very simple. Like USD in its traditional form offers anywhere about 3 to maybe 6% in yield in your bank, whereas USDC offers anywhere about 10% to as high as 80% in case if you want to take the risk in the decentralized and the DeFi world. Now, this is exactly the change that Multiply wants to bring. And with Multiply, it's extremely easy for anyone to go about making yield on your gold. All you need to do is go to the platform that's over here and then enter the amount that you want to stake and then go about clicking on this confirm button. And another really beautiful part is that you will start seeing yield almost every single hour. And let's face it, guys, that's faster than the queue that you will see in Dubai frame. Now, coming on to the next important session, which is that we not only offer this on Paxos Gold or other set of tokenized gold, we also offer this yield on other native assets like Bitcoin, and we also offer some of the highest yield in tokenized USDC, USDT, and so on and so forth, as high as 19%. Now, coming on to the question of why we chose BNB as a chain. One thing is that BNB has specific tokens that are not especially offered in other chains. For example, you don't really have a Ripple token on Ethereum, and the Dogecoin token on Ethereum. And another part is also that in terms of value that we onboard onto the Binance and the BNB ecosystem, one thing is every $1 million that's deposited on Multiply becomes $3 million of value for the entire Binance ecosystem, because $1 million deposited on Binance custody translates into Binance, and that effectively sits on BNB in our access control contracts. Now, let's talk about what exactly is the yield from. The yield mainly comes from three main places. These are completely passive strategies. One is the contango arbitrage. We don't use funding rates. We go about locking up contango because it effectively gives you an idea of what yield that you'll be making in the future without actually having to going about speculating, okay, I'll be making 30% tomorrow, 4% the day after. You don't have to do that. You can just like say 16% and that's what you'd be making. And then we have a CFD arbitrage strategy, which is again a lockup strategy. And the last but not the least is a DeFi hedging strategy, which is governed by our access control contracts. Now, what is the 5 years performance statistic that we got? So this is what our 5 years performance statistics say. And on the left-hand side, you basically see the holding period. And this is the worst case that you would get. And this is the best case that you would get. Please don't look at the best case and think this is what you'd be getting. You're sure not be getting that much. And you would probably get something on the average. On the stable side, you get this. And on the native side, you get something like this. So going on to the next part, which is our traction. We launched anywhere about 2 months back with our private mainnet out. And within the last 2 months, we got our TVL to $44 million. And we have over presently $50 million committed in waiting list. That's effectively for us to deploy. And now, what is the team behind it building? We have 30 of the best minds. To introduce them, we have Nakul Gupta, who is our business head, who used to previously lead PayPal's crypto team. And also happens to be one of the founding team members of the Coinbase Prime Initiative. And then we have legal, which is effectively managed by Karthik Mahalingam, who happens to be the ex-chief legal officer of Flipkart, a $25 billion company in India. And we also have Mishra, who happens to run our growth side, who happens to who's very used to growing consumer brands all the way from 0 to 50 million users in various other companies, all the way from C to Series A. So, and then we have a few folks from BlackRock, JP Morgan, and a couple of other places who manage a quant and a whole bunch of different strategies. And we even have BlackRock and other set of people to effectively manage these specific assets. So even though we are all very different in terms of the genres that we manage, we all have one single common aim, which is to effectively onboard the next $1 trillion into the industry and give a meaning to why you would want to tokenize your assets. And that's what we stand for. Thank you so much, everyone. I'll probably let you guys go scan this QR code. It just takes a minute to scan, and we have some gift waiting for you over there. So thank you so much, everyone. Yeah.
So just a quick question about the strategies that you're suggesting. So those are strategies done by your algorithms and platform, or do you use other partners who provide those strategies? And so what's the source? That's the first question. The second question, so what's the source for liquidity? Do you mainly target retail people or institutional money? So what's your strategy here?
Just to answer the second part first, we mainly do institutions because now we are invite only. We have a private set of mainnet. Just to call out some names, we manage a portion of Pantera's fund. And we also have a few other portfolios, like some of the bullion funds from the Middle East, and a couple of them who specialize in gold have also invested in us. So these are some of the names. And in addition to that, we also have partnerships with a various bunch of teams. We also manage treasuries of a few crypto ventures who have recently raised capital and have raised capital before. And coming back to the first set, which is effectively how is the strategy done? It's a very straightforward strategy. It doesn't need active management as such, but then we have a series of risk committee and all the other setup. So the actions are already predetermined in these access control contracts. So it's just like sending in, and then we have it getting executed on the Binance like website. And effectively, it's a basic contango strategy. You just go buy the assets on spot, but instead of going and shorting it on the perpetuals, you effectively go to the delivery futures and you take a contango short over there with an expiry contract. So what this effectively allows you to do is you are able to know what exactly is the yield that you would get without actually having to worry about the yield changing over and over and over again. And apart from that, we also have CFD arbitrage, which is effectively contract for differences market. So you can take a 2 delta long on those specific markets and a 1 delta short in the conventional like perp or the contango market. In the CFD market, you don't really have to pay a swap fee, which means that you are now effectively using a more regulated source like the IG group, which is very, very, very big, who also happens to be a partner of ours. And we have executions managed by the BlackRock and the Onyx team.
Okay, and so why are you here? Are you looking for fundraising or liquidity or clients? What's your main like milestone? What are you targeting?
I think I'm mainly here for getting onboarded into the Binance ecosystem because, to be very blunt and honest, the MBB program is awesome. Even though we have raised $15 million, I feel like the MBB program is amazing. It effectively puts you on the limelight of consumers and a various bunch of LPs. And I see it as a platform of discovery. Once we get in over there, institutions see us. And when institutions see us, we get more liquidity. When we get more liquidity, the retail sees us. And when the retail sees us, you see a whole ramp happening up.
So I might have missed it, but which chain are you guys building right now?
We're on BNB. We're on BNB.
Okay. Oh, you're on BNB. Okay. And what's the role of ZK in your protocol again?
Beautiful. Yeah. The reason for adding ZK in some of these contracts is mainly because whenever our investor, a specific investor comes and invests inside the product, we don't want anybody to disclose who is this investor investing and in what specific asset is he investing it in. And we don't want to divulge any such information. We also have some of our availability contracts on the ETH mainnet where using ZK is extremely helpful because what happens is by batching all of these processes and approving it to our verifiers, we're able to save upon gas fees over there because the final conclusion for many of these things happens on the ETH mainnet. Hello? Yeah. Is that fine? Yeah. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Multiply. Thank you. And let's have Acron Swap on the stage.
Hello. Before I start, can I ask a quick question? Like, how many of you are in DeFi space? Because two of you. Because we're gonna deal with the concept of LVR. I'm not sure how much you're familiar with, but for just this presentation, please assume that this is just temporary inherent risk of the AMM. And just like simply, it's just there. So I'm gonna just assume that you guys understand this concept because we don't have enough time to cover all. So, I'm Martina. Good afternoon. We are Acron Swap. We are a DEX capturing LVR, which is loss versus rebalancing. In an easier word or intuition words, we're gonna convert the DEX into the fixed income market product. I'm gonna show how we achieve this. So the problem we are solving is the money that LPs are losing in AMM market. It's 5 to 10% of the loss of their liquidity and $700 million loss annually. This is the biggest form of MEV, and also it includes the concept of impermanent loss. So how we solve this problem is we're going to use a dynamic swap fee, significantly mitigates the LVR. So left graph is the fixed fee graph, and then the right side is the Acron swap graph. So fixed fee graph is a traditional model for the both tails. The red part is the impermanent loss that you get during the volatile market. We want to pay higher enough fee using the dynamic swap fee to offset all the impermanent loss during the high volatile season. This allows us to convert the risk profile of the LPs from very high risk averse to the very risk averse. So here we found some opportunity. Maybe these investors from the conservative fixed income market investors can restake on our protocol because this risk profile is very similar to the fixed income market. And so left graph is the Aave interest rate graph, the profit curve. The right side is we are restaking Aave interest rate token, interest-bearing token to our DEX, to restake on our DEX. So what we are doing is we see these two similar risk profile group of people into the one, and sorry, it's our first pitch in the market. We just got out of the stairs mode, so bear with me. Sorry. Thank you for the cheers. let me start again. So on the left side, it's a steady flatline curve for the flat yield curve regardless of the market condition. So whenever there's volatility, still you get the 3% of the interest rate. But on the right side, if you stake this on the Acron swap, you get an extra 1.5 to 3% of the interest without sacrificing a lot of risk on the tail side. Remember, if previously there was too much volatility in permanent loss, you can really restake it. With our protocol, we changed our design of the dynamic fee system so we can invite the new class of investors into the market. So we see two groups are in this market. First is the interest-bearing token holders who wants to maximize the returns. And then second, the MMLP token holders who wants to minimize the risk. Because as you can see, it's not very different on the tail side for the high volatility, but you can enjoy a lot better return in the middle when there's low volatility. And we believe this ABE interest rate is not very different for any other fixed income assets, including Venus as well. And also it goes up to the 30 billion market. The size is a 30 billion market. This is a large market to tap in, but only a starting point for us. I don't think any other people are tapping into this fixed income market. And so then I want to talk about the incentives for the swappers at Acron Swap. First, we can offer the fees, better fees for the small swap size. The range of small is proportionally determined by the size of TVL, which means for the 2 million size of TVL, our fee is cheaper up to $1,500, and for 12 million up to $10,000. And for 24 million TVL, we can offer cheaper fees for 20K. So this is a comparison point is Uniswap V2, or it could be PancakeSwap, but the size of TVL is a lot higher than us. So we can say we are more efficient in terms of offering the cheaper fees for swappers compared to the size of TVL we have to lock in. And also, we can reduce the threshold point of the price change to start the arbitrage. So as you can see, Uniswap, you cannot arbitrage up to the 0.3% of the price change. For Acron Swap, you can actually start the arbitrage a lot earlier at 0.001% of the price change. So on our test run, we realized that people are already starting to capture these opportunities already. They already starting 0.2% or 0.02%. They started arbitrage actively. So this is applicable for the PancakeSwap as well, as I said before. And then we make profitable arbitrage earlier price points and also more frequently. And these are our vision. We want to go for the multi-trillion-dollar market, which is the RWA with the T-bill tokens and everything. Now we're just targeting ABE and Venus with the interest-bearing tokens. This is already a $30 billion market. No one is tapping into this yet. This market is just for the very traditional conservative risk profile people can join. And we believe any of the fixed income products can make synergy with our DEX, because previously there was no DEX providing the lows, providing the risk-averse investors LP pool. And Acron Swap makes all types of fixed income more attractive to everybody. So we want to, we're not just going to wait for the era of RWA token comes into DeFi market. We can actually believe that we are shortening the time those RWA tokens comes into our market, because we make this more attractive. And we are already deploying interest-bearing token pools, ABE interesting, and Venus as well, ABE and Venus as well. And we are already in the process of integrating our product to Magpie as well, which is one of the prominent DEX aggregator. Here are some of the sites we can visit. This is our product up there, and this is the docs that we have. This you can find Merkel. It's a pretty small but pretty profitable for our arbitrageurs and traders. You can find this online. Going back to the slides, we we brought more than 20 years of traditional financial expertise into the development of our product. This includes 5 years of top performing ETF market maker and 13 years as a credit and equity analyst and 5 years as an investor. So the team is very knowledgeable about the financial space. And also our BD team has a proven record in the largest successful projects as well. So I believe Acron Swap is a well thought out product in every detail. We want to welcome your challenges on our ideas as well, since it's our first pitch, and also the interest on our product as well. So please come find us during the networking session, and I'll open up the space for your questions with one of our developer co-founders. Sorry for delay. 이게 가능. 네. Do you have any questions?
So who are your main target users, right? I mean, if you were to essentially seek for or competing for attention from the likes of BNB Swap and Uniswap, then who would you target the most?
Yeah, so our main target is passive, very risk-averse LPs. And as you know, in the DeFi space, the most risk-averse LPs are lending protocol stakers. They just like stake USDC and they just want to earn like 4%, right? So our primary target right now is Aave and Venus interest-bearing token holders. Yeah, and as you know, interest-bearing token holders are not being restaked yet. It ends there. But I think by restaking interest-bearing tokens to Acron Swap, they can earn additional yield with similar risks. Yeah.
Is anyone else doing anything similar? That's one. Or number two, are you worried about other people coming in doing something similar? And three, is there going to be some form of a race to the bottom dynamic if people are coming in and you guys are competing at the margin for, you know, what you call bips?
There are protocols that employs dynamic swap fees on-chain. We are on-chain product, and there are off-chain solutions like Flashbots and CowSwap. We focused on risk minimization, and we kind of gave up on return maximization, right? Because we really want to invite new class of AMMLPs who are very, very conservative, and that's a big market, like $30 billion. And so, as you can see here, our solution is on-chain, deterministic risk minimizing, and like it's boring, but we are really looking into a specific set of LPs. Yeah, and there are other solutions, but other solutions, like if there's an LVR, they give like 30% to arbitrageurs and 70% to LPs. But our solution tries to give 99% to LPs and 1% to arbitrageurs, because arbitrageurs will do the arbitrage even if there's like $1 arbitrage opportunity. Yeah, and as you can see, like we deployed on BNB and Base, and arbitrageurs are already doing the arbitrage. Like we didn't even do the marketing. Yeah, so I think it is working. Yeah.
The microphone. Okay. So just to emphasize, we are targeting like really new LPs into the market, because we are not taking some people from Uniswap or PancakeSwap. These are the people who never been into DEX people before. So although the arbitrage amount is small, it's going to be additional income source for the arbitrageurs and the swappers for the like cheaper solution as well.
Thank you.
And so what's the distribution strategy? Do you want to do your own front end and then onboard users through your front end, right? Or do you want to do B2B and then go to other platforms and do that?
So we are going to do both. We are going to do liquidity incentive programs to bring retail LPs and there are two types: those who are holding USDC, USDT, BNB, and those who are already staking on Venus protocol, right? And they have two options. So they can stake VUSDT or just USDT. So we have all these solutions. Yeah. So we are going to do retail marketing, and we are also approaching market makers for initial liquidity, like big size. Yeah. So we are approaching retail and institution. Yeah.
Thank you. I think we're running out of time, but feel free to talk with the judge privately after. Let's
Thank
have,
you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
let's have Gaib AI on the stage.
Testing. Oh, how are you? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're Gaib. We're building the economic layer for AI and compute future. With Gaib, we enable the creation of a new type of yield-bearing asset backed by real AI cash flow. Why should you care? Well, in the AI era, we all know that it drives the next tech platform shift as well as a potential super cycle of the mobile era and also the SaaS era. In the AI era, compute is a new currency. GPU is a new asset empowering the compute currency, and that captures most of the value in the AI supply chain. Under the global rate cutting cycle, the global yield is going to be dropped and expected to be below 3% by 2026, which means we need an asset that generates higher yield. GPU can be such an asset. If you look at what Jensen Huang said in the financial results, if we invest $1 now, right now, in 4 years, you get $7 back in terms of revenue. It means that it's around 200% APR. This is the asset that can generate yield for you, which other assets cannot compare. However, how do we get access into these asset class specifically? Well, right now, there's no way to get direct exposure into GPU asset class. We can only do so indirectly through investing into NVIDIA or other semiconductor stocks. Well, with Gaib, this is going to be changed. We're creating this new type of yield-bearing asset backed by real AI cash flow to allow for direct exposure into compute market and AI market. How does it work? There's actually 2 steps to create an economy. First, financialization. Second, liquidity. Take gold as an example. Gold is a highly illiquid asset with high trading frictions. That's why we usually don't trade physical gold. We actually have different types of instruments to actually trade it, including ETF, futures. And the second thing is having these instruments is not enough. Like with these instruments, what we call financialization. But having that is not enough. You have to provide liquidity. That's why we have different avenue of exchanges to allow you to trade it, including banks, investment banks, brokerages, etc. GPU, similar to gold, is also highly illiquid, with high trading frictions, and even more with a high technical barrier. That's why we want to create a market, just like gold, how they did, to make it tradable and liquid. How do we do it? The same 2 steps. First, financialization. We tokenize GPUs and their yield to create an on-chain yield-bearing asset first. And then we'll further create all these DeFi use cases to allow for liquidity to be used, including GPU-backed stablecoin, lending and borrowing, options and futures, derivatives, and structured products like PT and YT. With such, we can create an economy allow people to invest into. Unlike the other RWA projects right now who do things in a black box, we have created a solid architecture that allows for transparency and decentralization. Our supervised orchestration network that allows us to track all these tokenized assets real time on the GPU usage, lifetime, liveness, everything on it. Comparing to other projects who only does quarterly option reporting, we're actually creating more transparency to the market. In our revenue streams, we have multiple revenue streams. First of all is definitely tokenization fees, and second is ongoing yield cut from the tokenized asset on our platform. The next question you ask is, where does the yield come from? As Vitali noted, the yield has to come from something external. With our strong Web2 AI background, we have all these like yield that we can harness in the real world. Our co-founder's company, GMI Cloud, is projected to get 100 million revenue by the end of the year. And by selling these AI cloud services to customers like Ali Cloud, Xiaomi, and Ubisoft. With Gaib, we're bringing all these external yield into crypto. Let's take a look at the actual use case. So the GMI Cloud will come to us, stake the GPUs at our platform. We'll then tokenize these GPU and the yield to create an on-chain yield-bearing asset backed by the customer's revenue of GMI. And afterwards, investors like you and I, we can then invest into these assets. We can hold on to it for yield, or we can use them in the DeFi use cases created. With that, it's just simple. A new type of yield-bearing asset class just got created, backed by actual AI cash flow. With all of that, we're going to build on the BNB chain to leverage on its massive user base, low transaction costs, high liquidity, and high EVM compatibility above all. We can grow the users and also TVL on the BNB chain in terms of AI, DeFi, and RWA side. And next, I'm going to explain why our team can make it. We have a team of professionals that has really experience in crypto, AI, and DeFi. For me, I'm a big AI fan. I build my own chatbot and AI agent. I have my training and background in crypto and TradFi. So I started off in investment banks doing credit research, equity research, and private equity, and then joined a crypto exchange to help them with strategic M&A investments. Afterwards, starting a fund to invest into top-tier projects like EigenLayer, Babylon, RiskZero, and so on and so forth.
About me, I'm a PhD from Cornell studying cryptographic security. I entered into crypto space in 2015. I've been doing research on smart contract security and audited many protocols. I also helped build early stage DeFi on Ethereum.
And our third co-founder, Alex, so he's our AI guy. His family runs Realtek, which is the top 7 global IC design house globally that manufactures all of these microchips like Bluetooth, media, socket controller, and things like that. And he also runs his own AI company, as we have explained, which is the first NVIDIA cloud partner in Taiwan. And the rest of the team members, we all have like PhDs in machine learning, physics, and also crypto degen that have been in the space for many years. With our strong Web2 AI background, we have gathered a pipeline of around $2 billion assets to be tokenized and put on a platform in the coming 1 to 2 years. And this is the resources and connection that we have is something the other crypto AI projects cannot compare. In terms of roadmap, we're going to start with financializing GPUs first, and then we'll move on to build other utilities and products like GPU-backed stablecoins, as mentioned, in order to build out a more vibrant economy in terms of the AI and compute side. Gayib is the financial infrastructure for compute assets. We're at the center of growth of AI, RWA, and DeFi, and backed by tier 1 VCs and founders in this space. With all that, I would like to borrow a famous saying from Dune to conclude our presentation. He who controls compute controls the universe. Thank you.
Hey guys, thanks for the presentation. Can you kind of re-explain a bit the role of the token and how it accrues value or how it's really necessary for the business?
Yeah, good question.
Sure. So in terms of a token, we have a platform token called Spice, also borrowed from inspiration from Dune. Well, the token is mainly used for several things. Number one, because we have an orchestration network, it will be used to stake in the network for security and also for consensus mechanism. And then the second thing is all the yield distribution will be in this token. So for example, all these tokenized GPUs on it, the yield will be distributed in our token similar to a mining network, similar to how a mining network works.
Okay, thank you, Claire.
Thank you.
Related question. Can you go back to page 19 of the deck? Earlier in the presentation, you mentioned that there's no way to get direct exposure to GPUs, right? So similar to Max's questions on how it accrues value, why is this a better alternative for someone trying to get exposure to GPU revenues rather than just buying a video stock where revenues from whatever business they do accrues directly to equity and stock price?
That's a very good question. So if you just buy a NVIDIA stock, what you get is like equity upside of NVIDIA revenue for selling this GPU. But then the actual margin actually comes from using it and paying for it. That's why, usually as a supplier, you only make certain margin. It's the one they actually rent it, use it, and then produce additional values to sell it out. They actually capture the higher upside of that. And that's why we are allowing people to invest into this upside instead of the machine level of like the cost and that margin there.
Got it. And earlier in the deck, I think you showed how you can buy gold and oil directly, right?
Yep.
I think a key property of gold and oil is that it stays the same. Gold is going to be gold 10 years from now, but the GPUs today and GPUs 10 years from now is going to be very different. So how are you going to tokenize the GPUs given how rapidly the nature and ability of the GPU to generate revenues is changing?
Exactly. So this is a question a lot of people ask. Like people think that, oh, GPU is a depreciation asset. Well, to a certain extent, yes. But if you look at the cash flow perspective, it's actually not. Because if you buy a GPU, the cash flow in the day one is negative. But then all the revenue that comes in are positive. So we always emphasize one thing that we do is financialize a GPU, right? So we make it into a bond-like structure where you can invest into it and get yield back. Or in an equity format, you can get all these net cash flow back. So in that case, you're just getting whatever net payment this GPU generates for you. This like accounting for all the depreciation costs and operation costs in it as well. For example, this GPU generates $200, right? If this can be back to day one from a year from now, then that's the financial product that we sell.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Hey, thanks so much. Quick question. How are you planning to verify that this asset is actually fundamentally backed by real cash flows? And what's the Oracle infra setup that will be done?
Yeah, so that's why we introduced the orchestration network. So you can run a node and actually verify the GPU resource, like actually running on the data centers and the clusters, to verify the GPU usage, CPU usage, the I/O, and use that to analyze whether it's actually running, and then you will get rewarded by the a supervisor node that we name it. Yeah.
Yeah. So we have like on-chain and off-chain monitoring. This is on-chain monitoring. Off-chain is definitely so audio report and things like it. So, but this allows for continuous generation, continuous monitoring. And
so you won't be a black box. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gaib. Let's welcome Defa.
Sticker?
Yeah, so I think we can start. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mohammad Ibrahim. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Defa.
Chief Mate of Defa by InvoiceMate, Mohammed Salman Anjum. Good day, everyone.
So Defa is a decentralized factoring protocol by InvoiceMate, which recently got recognized by Deloitte as the Rising Star winner.
Invoices. 4 years back, when I visualized this this project, the intention was to connect the two dots, the two worlds. One off-chain world, businesses, and then on-chain world, which is the Web3. And no better than invoices, because they are the world's most commonly used commercial documents. This is the vehicle, this is the bridge that can connect the two dots. Now, this is the world that is creating an opportunity of $3.6 trillion worth global invoice factoring market as of today, and in future, it will be a $6 trillion worth market by 2032. So, this real-world revenue needs to meet with the DeFi investors or protocols. And that's what exactly we are doing with the DeFi as DeFi primitive moving forward.
Well, why are we doing this? Traditional DeFi protocols rely on speculative assets for their dual asset liquidity pools. For example, using Bitcoin, Ethereum, or volatile assets as collateral for lending and borrowing. Now, this results to huge losses and low APYs during high volatile market conditions, which is all the time in crypto, right? Just since March 2024, DeFi protocols have lost more than $22.8 billion worth of TVL due to high volatility. With Defa, we aim to change that. We want to offer risk-adjusted APY from real-world economic activity from traditional businesses seeking short-term loans, so providing stable and secure yields even during the bear market. With Defa, real-world businesses get access to alternative credit from stablecoin investors. And on the other end, our single asset liquidity pools offer DeFi investors with a chance to get up to 26% APY derived from real economic activity.
Yeah, you heard it right. It's bear market resistant product for the DeFi investors. This is the best USP of this project.
Yes, so with us, our settlement times are shorter than annual APY. So we like to call it QPY, quarterly percentage yield, because invoices are generally settled in a 90-day time frame. Well, what's the secret sauce? How are we ensuring that these businesses that we are onboarding are secure, legit, and offering that APY? We like to call it Know Your Invoice consensus mechanism. It's the world's first immutable and automated credit scoring mechanism, which not only verifies the invoice, but also verifies the borrower itself. So our in-house built LLM processes more than 300,000 invoices, tax statements, bank statements, and other comprehensive documents to provide a credit score for this for the SME.
And just 2 days back, there was an article by Cointelegraph addressing the same issue, that RWA market has the biggest challenge around the verification of these authenticity of these RWAs. This is exactly what we are doing with the most liquid, the most accessible RWA, which is invoice, which is also having a prone to the frauds. So we are digitally the first ever invoice verification tool using both blockchain and AI.
Yeah, so our AI bot basically verifies 30 plus checkpoints, which is then stored on chain to ensure diligent lending decision by the lenders. How the process works: so essentially, a business raises an invoice through our platform. This invoice gets verified through Know Your Invoice. It gets tokenized into a liquidity pool, which is then accessible by retail investors, of DeFi investors, and also institutional investors to earn up to 26% APY from our liquidity pools. As a result, we won the Best Blockchain Startup Award by GB Tech Awards for this technology, and also as the Best Invoice Financing Solution of 2024. Let's talk numbers now.
So we have, in last 1.5 years, have done more than 225 million total revenue coming from 2 recurring revenue streams. So we have the product market fit, and by the end of this year, we'll be closing the year with the ARR of 250. So around 25 to 30K MRR coming quarter as well. About other things, yes, we have signed $400 million recurring factoring contract. We have 10 plus onboarded institutions, including the government entities like Ministry of HR here. And then, of course, the most important part is the liquidity. So we have ensured liquidity from 10 plus liquidity providers to bridge the liquidity gap from both Web2 and Web3 investors. So that enabled us doing the factoring of $50 million more. And we have tokenized or processed over $275 million worth invoices from 2,000 plus businesses, and around 200,000 invoices are posted on a ledger. This is the best part, zero bad debt. That validates our KYI technology. That is the verification built for the trusted deal flows for the DeFi investors.
So all of these amazing numbers wouldn't have been possible without the amazing team behind it. I come from the DeFi DGen background, bringing in that DeFi expertise. He can give an introduction.
So TradeFi, I'm ex-PwC, in fact, still working as a consultant for them, working for the UAE Central Bank as well. Again, breathing blockchain for 8 years with the vision that it should be going for the mass adoption.
So we're building the perfect between TradFi and DeFi, and we are backed by some of the leading venture capitalists and venture builders like IOTA Foundation, Black Alpha Capital, some leading family offices out of the UAE, and also Crypto Oasis and TDFi. Well, this is our ecosystem of partners and advisors. We are backed by Paul Taylor as well, who is ex-BlackRock, helping us develop our tokenization strategy. We have some key partners like,
So simply it's an ecosystem game. Any B2B business can't be built with only one team. It has to be surrounded with the equally valuable partners like OTC partners, so we can seamlessly onboard the borrowers, and they need not stable coins. They need to pay utility bills and salaries in the form of fiat. So seamlessly we have connected with OTC partners, we have infrastructure partners, so that there is a smooth journey for our clients onboarding with the on-chain world without any, with full convenience.
Let's talk about token. Well, we are now launching our ecosystem-wide utility token to amplify reward payouts. 4 core utilities on the top of my head. Basically, we have lending rewards for LPs that are basically incentivization rewards for LPs that are deploying liquidity in our liquidity pools. Secondly, we have borrow rebates. SMEs that are interacting with the platform, doing timely repayments, we have an incentivization mechanism for that as well. The more tokens the lenders and SMEs hold of our platform, the more benefits they get in terms of their loans. And thirdly, the most important one, we have an LP shield. It's like an insurance pool that is part of our allocation of the token to protect any investors from potential bad debts that might occur in the future. Last but not the least, we have a strategy-specific fees for all the builders on our protocol that wants to develop specialized strategies. Now, after successfully closing our oversubscribed seed round with the participations like Black Alpha Capital, IOTA Foundation, and so on and so forth, we are now raising a 3.5 million strategic round at a 30 million valuation, equity and token warrants. We're flexible. We have already commitments from Evo Invest and secured some other soft commitments as well.
So we are truly enabler of financial inclusion, connecting the two worlds of DeFi and, of course, the CeFi. So happy to onboard all of you as a partners with us.
Thank you.
We have 3 minutes for the QA. Please be quick.
On the last slide, you mentioned, BlackRock. You mean in angels from BlackRock?
Yeah, we have angels
okay.
like Paul Taylor, who is basically ex-BlackRock and now currently working in multiple projects.
Okay, I understand. What's the strategy to scale the amount of invoice that you have tokenized?
Right. So if I go back to this slide, basically, yeah. So we partner up with B2B partners like ministries, governments, B2B supply chains to onboard multiple thousands of users at once. So just for example, like More leads to like 7,000 businesses at a time. So we integrate with More to onboard these 7,000 businesses. As a result, we have 53,000 businesses in our pipeline to onboard over the next couple of months that have an origination capacity of more than a couple $100 million.
Okay, what is the partners like IOTA or Tesos, like what are you doing with them exactly?
So they are infrastructure partners, just as we are exploring BNB Chain as infrastructure partners as well, to basically allow investors or DeFi degens on their ecosystem to get access to this very lucrative investment opportunities to earn stable and secure yields for their stable coins.
And IOTA is also an investor.
Yeah, they're one of our investors as well.
And some of these are also coming as a treasury. So they are going for the liquidity pools of our platform.
And are you building on BNB Chain right now?
Yes, we are building.
Okay.
Any more questions?
So I
sorry,
I saw so you guys put DIFC there as one of the partners. What are you guys doing with them?
We have been accelerated by them.
You are?
We were part of their accelerator program.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, guys, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's welcome the next project, which is Electron. It's also the last project to pitch today.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Garvit. I'm the founder and CEO at Electron. And we are building a ZK-proof aggregation layer. So let's get right into it. So let's talk about a problem that no one is talking about in the ZK space. If you are a ZK project submitting ZK proofs frequently on your L1 of choice, the cost of verifying these proofs on Ethereum or Bitcoin will be higher than $100 million every year. This is a cost that unless you are a very large rollup like Scroll or Polygon, you cannot pay this cost because you cannot pass this on to your users. So if you're like a use case, which is let's say a ZK co-processor or a privacy use case, you are not today practical enough to go on mainnet. And that is the reason why most projects, ZK projects today haven't hit mainnet unless they're a large rollup. If you dig a little bit deeper into the problem statement, if you look at the cost split of the ZK stack, we actually notice that the biggest cost chunk is actually the cost of verifying proofs on your L1 or Ethereum. If you look at the ZK market, most people are spending their time on the prover hardware cost. So you have like hardware companies, ZK VM companies, ZK rollups, etc. They're all spending time on the prover hardware side, reducing that cost. But this is actually the bigger cost that no one actually talks about. This is the problem we are solving. In fact, if you play this out over the next 5 years, the proof verification cost will only go up because the underlying L1 will get more expensive with time. But as ZK companies innovate, the hardware cost will actually go down. So this number will actually become like 80% if we play this out. And that's why proof verification cost is the biggest roadblock and the only remaining roadblock in scaling ZK rollups for the future. So this is where we come in. At Electron, we reduce the cost of verifying proofs on Ethereum and other L1s by 95%. The way we do this is by collecting proofs from multiple ZK projects, aggregating them into a single super proof, and submitting that to the L1, which is Bitcoin or Ethereum. That allows multiple projects to share the cost of verifying these proofs, leading to cost amortization, achieving a 95% cost reduction. We have been live on testnet for the last 4 months, and we are aggregating proofs from some of the top ZK projects. These are like mainnet proofs that are being submitted on Ethereum right now, which we have aggregated using our protocol. This is on testnet. So when we say gas cost saved is $500,000, it's not on mainnet. This is the cost that we would have saved if our testnet was actually deployed on mainnet. But these are like real costs. Like if you actually deploy, we will save this much. And you can head over to testnet.electron.dev right now to actually check out the proof explorer for the same. If we look at the last 3 years of Ethereum mainnet, and the proof verification that went on, if those proofs were aggregated, we would have saved ZK projects 54 million in proof verification costs in the last 3 years. And ZK hasn't even taken off yet. Let's see what happens when ZK takes off. Over time, we believe more than 60% of the Ethereum block space, not just Ethereum, even Bitcoin and other L1s, most of their block space will be filled up with ZK proof verification. And just for Ethereum, this will turn out to be 10 billion. So $10 billion is 60% of the Ethereum block space annualized based on current gas prices. So in 5 years, this number will be even higher. So this is the cost that people will spend on verifying proofs on Ethereum. Using our aggregation technology, we will reduce this cost down to just 500 million, which will lead to value creation of 9.5 billion every year. And we will have the Elect token to help us capture some of that value and accrue it back to the protocol. We are not just focused on Ethereum. We plan to support all major L1s. From Ethereum, we'll move on to Bitcoin. We already have a couple of partnerships lined up. And Avail and Celestia are already working on adding proof verification as part of their base layer. Now, this is where the BNB token also comes in. The BNB token, we will actually use the BNB token, the restaked BNB token, to secure our prover network, ensuring liveliness, and we will pay them the Elect tokens to these restakers. The token itself has a three-way function. The first one is obviously it's like a way to access the network itself. But the second most important function is like a gas token, which is which throttles the network, balances the demand and supply. And finally, we have the prover rewards as we discussed them previously. We already have some of the biggest ZK projects partnered with us. These are all partnerships that we've already secured, either announced or signed in various capacities. But I want to point out the latest one, which is Risk Zero, which we've very recently closed. With Risk Zero, we are actually working very closely in the sense we are actually going to be their aggregation partner. Anyone who chooses to use Risk Zero as part of their ZK infrastructure will be able to leverage Electron in order to aggregate their proofs and reduce their verification cost. Between these protocols and some of the ones that are not mentioned here, we have already onboarded 40% of the ZK market to aggregate with us. We are a very well-balanced team across product, engineering, and business development. We are based in New York, Dubai, and our engineering is based in Bangalore. We've been around for a while, and we have a very strong history of shipping ZK projects. You can always check out our GitHub to see the history. We have already raised one round. This is a lot of Dubai folks, as you can see. We raised our round, $1 million round in March of this year. And we are gearing up for our next round very soon. We haven't opened it up yet, but if you're interested, you can always sign up and we'll keep you in the loop when we open up the round. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for the pitch. Can you explain a bit the collaboration or partnership you have with Succent? I think you had their logo in the slide.
No, these are the partnerships we actually have officially.
Okay, it was another slide, but for example, how do you work with Align Layer, for example? Like what's
we do work with Align Layer actually.
Yeah, how do you work with them concretely?
So Align Layer has this this separate chain, and they want to settle that chain on a regular intervals to Ethereum. So when they send proofs for that on Ethereum, it will cost them quite a lot. So this is where we come in. We can aggregate those proofs, help them reduce the cost even further.
I thought the entire thing of Align Layer was to basically have a separate environment for verifying proofs in order to make it cheap, actually.
Precisely. So that was their plan. But when we showed them that you can actually settle on Ethereum for cents on the dollar, it just increases their security. By paying additionally, like virtually nothing, they can actually settle on Ethereum as well, thereby increasing the product and services they can offer to their customers.
Okay. Can you go back to one of the first slide? Yeah, this one.
This one?
Yeah, so.
These are not the partners.
It's just kind of like an example.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, could you go back to the slide with the 10 billion? The 10 billion projected cost. Yeah. Sounds like the value creation is highly dependent on the projected annual spend on verification. Can you talk about kind of the assumptions behind this $10 billion figure?
So we are assuming, so this is the cost based on the current gas prices. If the Ethereum block space
was 65% filled with ZK proofs. Based on today's gas prices, that would turn out to be $10 billion annually.
Do you know what the current percentage is?
No, that's quite low right now, like less than 10%. Yeah.
So could you elaborate a bit more on the tax defensibility of your project?
Sure. So we actually have a very strong network effect. So if you just go back to this slide, so the more proofs we aggregate, the cheaper we become. Okay, so we aggregate 10 proofs, the cost reduction we offer is 90%. But if you offer 100, if we aggregate 100 proofs, we offer a 99% gas cost reduction. So the more customers join us, we will get cheaper and cheaper. And that's why we believe once we've onboarded a large percentage of the market, there'll be no reason for any other player to join the industry.
It's actually more about creating an ecosystem and onboarding business partners.
Sorry, can you go back to the 10 billion slide? I think it's very popular.
This one?
Yeah, so the 9.5 is the amount of savings that you will generate with your platform, right? So this is how much the projects will save using your platform. So how much of that do you think you can get to your projects? So how much of the value saved you can get to your company?
Great question. So this is the cost. Now the question is how much can we actually price this over here? So look, honestly, if there's no other player in the market, we can price this quite high. Okay. So this comes down to what is the competition in the market. And as I said, if we can offer a 95% reduction and anyone else is offering at max of 80, we can actually price it at 85 and keep 15% for ourselves, 10%, sorry, for ourselves. So that will be highly dependent on how many competitors we have and how many players we are actually able to onboard compared to other people.
So if if you keep 10% of that savings, you're going to get 1 billion in revenue. That's the top that you can get in 5 years if all goes well, right?
I wouldn't say that's the cap. That's how much we will save if we are able to charge 10%. But it's entirely possible we're able to charge more because if we don't have a lot of competition, the alternative is basically paying the 10 billion. So we can actually price ourselves over here and actually charge 4 billion maybe. Depends highly on how the market evolves over time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. And let's have our panel. Consumer app. I'm the panelist finally. So my panelists, welcome to the the stage. I'm the mod. Yeah. Jonathan, Fang Da. Let's welcome Shaq from Brands for Less to the stage. Shaq, welcome to the stage. And Michael from Exterior. Nell from Seraph. Brian from Particle Network. Chris from Gumball. Jonathan from Bitcraft.
Don't worry that we may lose it. You take a photo and DM it to me. Oh, sorry.
Test.
Hello. Yeah. So I'm gonna start right now for our consumer app and social. So first, I would like to talk a little bit about our purpose of this panel. So first, we think from Web3 point of view, we think we need mass adoption, and we think social medias might help with this. And from Web2 point of view, we think there are some pain points That's why we have Shaq today from Brands for Less. I'll have you talk about the pain point soon. And now we see we have Web 2.5. For example, we can see Blackbird. There are a public points for the catering industry. And we also have Kiki World. They're doing beauty brand that use Web3 for customer co-creation. We also have Proppy. They're doing RWA real estate. So they're using blockchain to solve the problem. But why blockchain? Probably they want to digitizing the property rights, transparency, or they want efficiency. And they also have other reasons why they use blockchain. So let's start from the Web 2 pain point. Shaq.
Yeah, for sure. For those who don't know Brands for Less, I'm sure a lot of people know Brands for Less, at least if you guys are from Dubai. So we are the largest off-price retailer in the MENA region, equivalent to TJ Maxx, TK Maxx. So we are valued at 1.6 billion. So the thing with Web2 is that, you know, a lot of loyalty programs, if you look at customer relationships in general, they only focus on the transactional value of customers. For example, end of the customer journey, when you purchase goods, you get rewards, right? But they really don't focus on the entire customer journey from the time they identify a problem. For example, let's say you want to buy a t-shirt. You want to buy a branded t-shirt. Then you're going to be like, which brand, where to buy, when to buy, and so on and so forth. So the thing is, customers need also to be held their hands to guide them to solve that problem. But as you know, with Web2, we only focus on transactional value. I think Web3 actually solves most of the problems, which we can discuss later.
Yeah, so I think like probably if we look at Web 1, they're satisfied enough with they can only view the messages, like the information. And Web 2, they want engagement and they're satisfied. But for Alpha Z and Gen Z, they want more. They want to get engaged with the product creating. They want to get with not only the user journey, but also the product creating journey.
Exactly.
So they want ownership. So that's why we from Web 2, like Brands for Less, are looking to have this Web 3.
Yeah, so one interesting case study is that I think if you look at the global population, I think 70% of the global population is millennials and Gen Z. And in 2026, they're going to contribute, I think, about 35 to 40% towards the economy. So what do these guys prefer, right? So let's look at general behavior. You know, they prefer authentic experiences, genuine relationships. So the question is, you know, why do we even call or label B2B, B2C when it's human to human interactions, right? So, you know, customers also want to be a part of the creation journey. In Web3, we always say co-creation, collaboration, some of the cornerstones or the fundamental reasons for success. So it kind of synergizes with Web3's fundamentals.
Good. So now we already have the pain points why Web 2 need to outreach Web 3. And now we have like 4 Web 3 panelists. We want to know, like, it's a tough question. So for the projects, Gumball, Xtorio, and Seraph, why do you think they should, like Web 2 users should play your game or should use the Web 3 technology? Why will they be here? Who would like to take this question?
I can go. Yeah. Hey, hi. I'm Chris from Gumball, and I think I don't want to just differentiate like divide between like Web 2 and Web 3. There are gamers and also someone who likes the contents. So, but especially in Web 3, there's a lot of ways to make the game more fun, and then make the game more addictive with some reward or structures and then all the like NFT stuff. So that's why we came up to Web 3 because we can do a lot of things like, you know, even though we do the Rockseeger papers or some very simple games with your friends, if you bet something for like someone who's gonna treat the lunch or who's gonna like treat the coffee, it makes that kind of action more fun and more addictive. So we came from that idea. So in the Web3, we can make the content and the games and everything more fun. So that's the original, our vision, why we are doing in Web3. So in Web3 users here, we need more gamers now. So we're preparing a lot of games for real gamers, but in Web3 users, they already know the idea why we are doing this. So that's why we want to reward them to become an early user of us. That will be our user base. Yeah.
Do you have any like game client, Shaq?
I mean, we have in-game assets in a branchless app.
Do you buy in that?
we can discuss later.
No, do you think because it's more fun?
Yeah, so we implemented it recently, and we saw a lot of engagement. App retention went up, and then e-commerce gamification. I mean, most of you guys know how gamified Temu is. So I think gamification is the future for e-commerce or any other industry.
Okay, so next we're gonna discuss like why Telegram, because we also have like Telegram, like social involved today. So has any of the game you guys are like integrating with Telegram or planning to do so?
I think I can go with this. So I'm now from Seraph. Just a little quick introduction about our project. We are GameFi on BNB Chain. And for the question here right now, we actually do have a wallet deploy on Telegram. So it is kind of an experience because we would like to tag on the millions of users in the Telegram. And also we recently launched a mini game on Telegram as also an experience as well. We have a wallet and also a mini game on Telegram. And I can say that the Telegram users is a little bit different with our GameFi because they are like more like a mass market, and they come here to get something. They need airdrops. They need to earn money from you. So we need to have a different approach to the Telegram users. And I can say that we are trying our best to make our way in Telegram.
Thank you. So I have a quick question to our audience. Hey, audience. So has anyone ever used WeChat? Yeah, and like, or other social medias. Yeah, you can give him the, yeah. So, yeah. So have you ever played mini game in WeChat?
Yes.
Name one.
It's in Chinese. Got mini qibing, something like that.
Do you still play it?
No, I'm too busy these days,
Yeah, that's the fact. So what I'm feeling like, so mini game is not the killer, because TG mini game, like there was a hype like years ago, like everybody was like addicted to it. However, like it doesn't last long. It might be okay for user acquisition, but what about user retention, user conversion? It just like we don't remember it, right? So how do you solve this problem? Do you think you are really doing mass adoption?
I think at the end of the day, it's still about the gameplay. Is it fun? And for example, for me, I play WeChat game before, mini game on WeChat. And in Chinese is 养了过养, right? And a lot of Chinese people play it for a very long time. And indeed, I was, that was out during the COVID, like 3 years ago. And actually, for the 2 months ago, I was still playing it. So I still play a lot of that game. And I feel the gameplay is really challenging and it's really interesting, and that keeps me playing and playing. So it's not about, is it a casual game or is it on what platform? I think it's more important whether the gameplay is fun, is challenging, is addictive, and can be played with other people to be able to create a good retention. So that's how I look at it.
Yeah. So besides Telegram game, I think like I know you are like all now like you're all like long-term builders. You not only build game, like you've been in the industry for years, right? So, and it's always like you can have more features for the game. So for example, like personally feeling, so I feel like we start from game. Okay, user acquisition, we draw some attention, but then we can go something else. Like we can go to consumer app, right? For like, because like what WeChat fundamentally changed. It's not because of their game. They changed the user habit for finance. So people start to use WeChat Pay, Alipay. So they no more use cash. It's easier. No more need to Swift to transfer money. So I think probably consumer app is the next direction that we can try to change user habit or onboard more user to the Web3. So any idea?
Yeah, I think simply you should stop thinking about features. You should start thinking about benefits. Value propositions are created over time by thinking about how can you solve a customer pain point in each part of their journey, right? So when you start thinking about features, you're thinking about how can you create something new, potentially to either compete with your competitors, or it's because of a trend. So what you're essentially doing is you're going into a bloodbath, full of sharks. You're competing with everyone. But if you have identified a market, what you essentially have to do is, okay, ask yourself, these are the problems they have. How can we solve them, right? So essentially, you're being more consumer centric than a brand centric brand.
Yeah. How about you, Particle Network?
Yeah. Oh, hi guys. Brian here from Particle Network. So we aren't building like a consumer app per se, but we are the infrastructure that really wants to power the consumer app to have it match the Web2 type of experience. And for us, essentially, we think right now from a user experience perspective, it's quite complicated for someone that's not native to navigate Web3 and navigate all these different chains, all these different bridges that you potentially need. So for us, how we sort of see it is that it should just be a universal account, which is our flagship product, where all the liquidity and everything you want to do with the app can be done in one account. You don't have to care about like all the different layers that go underneath that account, which I think for us, it should be an infrastructure protocol that handles it. How I sort of think about consumer app is we've solved a lot of things in Web3, like in the past few years. Obviously, from a scaling perspective, we've solved that. I think right now the chains are very scalable, and then we have also sort of solved the sort of DeFi rails, a lot of these important rails. I think right now it's really about how we can have a app that just clicks with the user base. And I've seen a lot of iterations, a lot of interesting ways that projects are taking on this challenge in terms of a consumer app. So just to relate it back to social as well, I think consumer and social has a very nice synergy in the sense where I was just reading up about like a protocol, like an AI agent, it's called Luna. So essentially the AI agent was autonomously tipping their audience, like for the engagement. So how we sort of saw social previously was always like you're watching a live streamer, you're watching somebody, and then you want to tip the creator, the content creator. But right now, there is like a very interesting dynamic that the content creator can actually tip the audience or the people that are engaging with their content through the DeFi rails, through the crypto rails that we've built up over the past few years. And I think that is an amazing sort of innovation. It's an amazing thing that it could only be possible in crypto. And I think we're going to start seeing a lot of these very unique use cases, very unique ways that is going to bring in like audience outside of our little like Web3 bubble. We're going to onboard a lot of people in the Web2 space. I think the agent has like 500K followers on TikTok. So we're starting to sort of see all these different apps tackling like people outside of the Web3 circle. And I think that is very exciting to me.
How do you think, Shaq, about this consumer app in Web3?
Yeah, I mean, we have to be there where the consumers are. I think, you're actually moving into I would say, a digital economy with Gen Z, Gen Alpha, millennials already using digital platforms. My short answer is that, wherever the customers are, you have to be there. So these touch points could be social, virtual commerce could be a big thing in the future. I think you have already, if I'm not mistaken, 70% of the Gen Z and millennials have already interacted with virtual spaces. So yeah, that says it all.
Yeah, I think to answer this question, I think we need to understand like what's the main reason, what's the incentive that users come to our app, no matter it's Web3 or Web2. I personally think Web2 successful apps, they understand, personally feeling, they understand more about user and user journey because they start with user. Without user, they don't have tokenomics, they don't have TGE, so they have to have their real business model to earn from the users that users are willing to pay. For example, we are seeing that successful cases like riding hailing or like those like Airbnb people like willing to pay the third party to have the service. So what are the sustainable like business model you see here, or the strongest incentive you see to make users willing to come to a Web3 consumer app?
Oh, that's for me. Okay.
No, whoever wants to take the question. Michael?
Well, at the end of the day, it's really solving what is the pain point, right? What pain point is it is solving, right? So if I remember correctly, that I think there were a few wallets that is very kind of popular in Telegram before, right? But then, and I think that one of the pain points is that some of the users, they feel difficult to use wallets as an app because the interface is very different. But the interface for the Telegram wallet is very simple. And then you can buy and you can trade like while you are chatting, right? So it's different for, a lot of people when they use like a Web3 wallet, like in the old days, like a few years ago, is kind of difficult for them. Like even for MetaMask, it's very difficult for them. But in the Telegram, they feel like it's kind of just chatting. Like you just press one of the two things and then you chat and then you buy something. So it's a lot easier for some users. And that's why I think that wallet was popular for a very long time. I sorry I forgot the name, but there were a few, right? And I feel like a lot of people are trying different ways on Telegram, especially there is the social graph part. So if it can solve the pain point, if it can have a good social function, then I think this app can be very good.
I see. So so for consumer apps, we agree with that. And for games, as you are all like most of you are game developers, so why do you need Telegram? What do you see the value of social can bring to you?
Right, I think
whoever wants to answer this question.
So very quickly, because in the Western world, it's not like WeChat, right? So there are not that many chatting or IM that is actually a super app that you can actually have games on it. So for example, in WhatsApp, you cannot just launch a game on WhatsApp. You can launch a game in Telegram quite easily. So it's kind of like permissionless. You can easily launch a game there, right? So, and there's a very easy access. And at the same time, it is already a social IM that you can share, your gameplay, your points, and everything within the app, within the Telegram. So it's a lot easier. But for example, even in WeChat, right, you need to go through a lot of authorization if they allows you to launch the game in the WeChat, right? So in some extent, it's kind of permissionless. And I think Telegram is doing a good job, is more close to what is happening or the trend of the future for like DGen or whatever gen, right?
Yeah, I think I agree with you, and I personally think the good thing about social media, we're seeing like other new Web3 social medias, and we're seeing like traditional social media with non-Web3. I think the biggest difference of Telegram differentiate from other social media is like they have a big user base, but they're open source. Like they're willing to go Web3. They're so Web3 native. So, but do you think, what if like, I mean, Twitter is pretty, they're like, crypto people are on Twitter as well. So what do you see? Like, is it only for Telegram, or Telegram is just a start? We're gonna see like more socials to have more values.
Yeah, no, I can actually add to that. So I mean, if you look at blockchain, I think blockchain solves some of the fundamental concerns of a consumer, which is interoperability, self-owned identity, personalization, and transferability. Guess which app has all of those? Telegram, right? So I guess it was inevitable that people adopt these kind of platforms because it actually solves some of their problems or kind of leans into the fundamentals of consumer behavior.
Yeah, agree. And I think now we still have to talk about regulation, which is always related with consumer app, always like, for example, like Airbnb, they're shut down in some places. That's why we need an online, like a Web3 Airbnb. So like regulation wise, do you think it's gonna like, do you think it's gonna bring troubles to consumer apps, or how do we solve the problem?
I think I can go with this. So right now, I still don't see any strict regulations on the Telegram app. You can just deploy or develop any apps on the Telegram, like what Michael said. But I think we all see changes recently that the founder got arrested or has been charged with something in Paris, right? So there is a risk here. So we will need to like start worry about something, because if something might happen to Telegram, and we will need to be a little bit conservative. And in order for Telegram to sustain the current state, right? So it has to be untouchable, untouched, and remain true. It's a true place for the privacy. And then it's a matter of the all mini apps. We will need to stay safe and untouched. Sorry, a bit panic here.
It's okay.
Right.
Yeah.
I think I can go next.
Yeah, I think so risk always brings opportunities. It's lucky that we are early players. We're here. Yeah. And the thing is, I think when regulation comes, we just face it and see how we can solve it. I think Shaq?
Yeah. I mean, Dubai is one of the most regulated, highly regulated spaces. Even NFTs are regulated. So we've had a lot of challenges working in line with the regulations that's provided by the Dubai mainland. But then I think we started understanding, there's not all companies work with good faith, right? Not all companies wants to protect consumers, either intentionally or unintentionally. I think having some sort of regulations could benefit companies, especially for those who have not been really exposed to consumer protection, like travel rule, or any of the guidelines as given by some of the legislators, data protection. And then also, like, for example, now when we are actually working on this loyalty aggregator platform, then we were thinking about how users can also spam some of these platforms. Then we realized, doing KYC is not bad, but as long as it's streamlined, it doesn't create any sort of hindrance to the user experience. And also, we thought on top of that, let's take one step further. Let's implement ZK proof, so that we don't really give or reveal the user identity to any of the stakeholders in the ecosystem. So I think it's kind of a cat and mouse game, but I think this provides interesting synergies for brands, regulators, likewise.
Yeah, agree. I think, and KYC has different level. Like for exchange level KYC is another level, and for DeFi related KYC is another level. Like we can know the customer in different levels, certain amount. So I think there's always a in between. And I think one last question is to our builders. Who are you facing any challenges integrating with Telegram? Like any technology related challenges? Do you find like probably the swapping or anything, it takes longer time?
Yeah, I can take that. So I think it's so like complicated because like it has definitely some advantages in terms of user acquisitions and easy to start, a lot of advantages. But at the same time, so we are migrating a lot of like already proven successful Web2 games from Web2 games to Web3. So it's already working in the native app, which means that it's a huge resources. So we try hard to minimize that to make it working in the web, the Telegram. But Telegram only support very like light one. So it makes the original content provider, it's so hard for us to make it working in the web Telegram. So technically, I think the Telegram needs to do more in terms of like you know, like having that resources. Like
that's why BNB Chain is here to help.
Yeah, that's why that's why I wanted to ask you. So that's technical difficulties. The one. Another one is like a payment for sure, as you mentioned, like. You know, compared to MetaMask or other things, it's pretty much easier, but still, most of the Web2 users and then the 99% of gamers not yet into the Web3 yet. So we need to make more easier experience for them rather than just connecting to wallet. So that's something that we need to go, and then Telegram or other platforms need to work hard for that. So that's technical difficulties, but if you are to just make the simple clicker game, it's okay, but we're the builder, and then we want you to like make a real fun game, and then it needs some resources. So definitely platform needs to make the better environment, and then we can bring the best games as consumer product.
Yeah, I agree, and I think so. You know most about the games. You know your game users, and then Shaq, like from a Web2 point of view, you know most about the user journey, and you know why do they need more engagement. And as a middle layer, I think the ecosystem our role is to provide a more established environment for the builders to have for example, like cheaper gas fee, for example, like faster transaction. So make it easier for the builders. And I think when social media meet consumer app, it's more like it's always underlying. The underlayer is always finance, and consumer app is a upper layer. Is to make it in different ways, like game, yeah, like whatever, like Tada, like to make it easier for users to feel easier to use the Web3 technology and to have ownership and to have the blockchain technology. And it's same like when Web2 meet Web3. So we have opened this Pandora box, and let's see what this will bring us to. Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh, taking picture? Standing up or? I think standing is good. Oh.
Thank you, Diana. Guys, let's give a big round of applause for the panel. I said a big round of applause for the panelists. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks, guys. Thank you, thank you. Thanks. All right. How's everyone feeling? A bit tired? Too much networking from the day? All right, so we're joined to a close. I just want to thank everyone for joining us today, for coming from all corners of the world. I know it's a lot of travel, so a very big thank you. A big shout out to the sponsors and to all the judges as well, if you're still in the room. And of course, I do want to thank the team. Mohit, are you here? Is Mohit here? Where's Mohit? Guys, we need to give a massive round of applause for our man Mohit, who's hiding. Mohit. He's pretending he can't hear you guys, but a big shout out to Mohit, Livia, Diana, Benjamin, Saba, and the many others who can't be here as well today. Without them, this wouldn't have been made possible. So thank you. We'll be announcing the winner of the pitch competition for the Binance Labs and BB Chain Accelerator tomorrow. As for now, please enjoy the networking session and what's left of it. And of course, if you haven't heard, there will be a very special guest downstairs at 4 p.m. who's known for having, who's referred by his initials. But anyway, that will be at 4 p.m. downstairs. Thanks, everyone.